Oh.
Talk.
See that too.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. Like, it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on something, but you have a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, open comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence.
That's not what most people mean. I don't know why he would start with such a weak definition when he's literally the definition guy, but okay.
So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today, I hope that she finds the answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo, and that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk. But nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one.
That's the etymology of the word?
That makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed SLOP. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Cole, that he's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
With what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. If you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other
Oh my
people's
God.
presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
let's
you're not
see.
sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
I mean, he was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
Caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipts. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so
if you
rather
want to
than
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence
so
that we feel.
the first reason that I think, I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core locks absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
we
hearing?
covered it live, yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when they-
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That
Okay.
doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence
I
to me.
concur. I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
It's
you
logically possible.
I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Mm-hmm. Okay, and for how many years?
many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the
Sorry,
way.
your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15
was-
years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term.
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach?
If he's in the army and he was a sniper or some bullshit, I think they would just say like their MOS for the army, right? So I mean, if his wife said like Army sniper, that's not like that's my guess.
She then corrected and said you taught rifles in the Army.
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a
I'm not
time.
done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
I
want
want
to
to respond to
start
2
with
points.
the
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay.
So
You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you...
Yeah, I could imagine. I guess I don't know, but I could imagine, like, if you shoot like 100 rounds through a gun, you get like most of it out, but just shooting one shot through a rifle is going to clear out every single thing from the barrel. I don't know. That seems kind of...
If you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it,
It's
you
not
look
gonna-
down the bore and there's still dust.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciating long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front, but Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made a claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, first let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and she was the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility, it's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer
fingerprints?
is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So
Yeah,
say
so
I don't know. I
what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an explanation
what would
for
that
that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
That's good. He could have just wore guns, or he could have wore gloves the day that he shot it.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly,
Okay.
and this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home, and she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case that this doesn't have an explanation for it yet, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs, or that?
That's the one thing I've heard about the Kirk shooting that is sus. How did a 30-6 not go through his neck and produce an exit wound? Well, because it smashed into his fucking spine. No? Isn't that why he was instantly killed?
He had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. Like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations, and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part?
Okay,
if I can't
I'll
get to the end of the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that could be
patsy
a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. his prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into
But it
various
also could
places.
demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because...
There's this whole debate is going to come down to who's the guy who did the video on the... It was a video on the JFK shooting, and he just explains on how you account for evidence. There's like a 6-minute explanation.
On Friday, November hands all the cash.
It's like 6 minutes. Just watch this real quick. There's this thing that people do where they try to find like an odd fact, and it's not, the fact itself is not dispositive of something else. Meaning it's not like, it doesn't go to show completely that something else happened. It's just like maybe a weird fact or a difficult to account for fact, but it can't cancel out everything else. Unless it can cancel out everything else, right? So if I'm on video camera, 5 minutes before somebody gets shot and killed on the other side of the country, well, that evidence would be, you wouldn't say dispositive, you would say exculpatory there. That evidence would be exculpatory. I couldn't have possibly killed him when I was, 1,000 miles away, and I'm on video camera 5 minutes before the guy gets shot, right? But sometimes people will find a fact that it's like, it's just kind of weird. Why are there multiple prints on the gun? Why is it degraded? And then they pretend that that's enough to throw everything else out. That's not how any of it works. It's not. Sorry, just because this is going to be this whole debate, because this is how Candace Owens operates. This is a really good explanation of this stuff.
This chapter does not involve the facts of the JFK assassination, but it's important to establish a mode of reasoning that will become extremely relevant as we get into the facts. It's epistemology, if you will. Basically, how do we know that something happened, and how do we judge the relevance of individual facts in the context of a broader story? So let's take this exercise. Suppose that a bank is robbed at midday in the downtown of a major city. The robber does not wear a mask. He walks up to the counter, points a gun at the teller, and demands all the cash in a bag. The teller gives him a canvas bag full of $10,000 in cash, but slips a dye bomb inside the bag. The robber walks out, and his face is clearly caught on a security camera. 30 minutes after the robbery, a man named Jake is arrested across town. In his car, he has a bunch of cash totaling $9,000, which is the bills are stained with purple dye. His hands are stained with purple dye. He's wearing different clothes than what the robber was wearing, but he matches the description perfectly. 10 witnesses identify Jake in various lineups as the bank robber. A gun is found in Jake's car, matching the one used in the robbery. It's registered to him, and it has his fingerprints on it. So as straightforward as this story is, suppose there are a couple of odd discrepancies. Let's call these the odd facts. First, neither the canvas bag, presumably stained with the purple dye, nor the other $1,000 is ever found. Second, a friend of Jake's insists that he saw Jake at a bar across town at the exact moment that the robbery was taking place. Third, the place where Jake was apprehended is unusually far from the bank in terms of the amount of distance that he could have covered in noontime traffic. And fourth, we don't know how he changed clothes. So suppose all of this evidence is presented at a trial. The prosecution presents the money, the dye, the fingerprints, the gun, the security camera footage, the 10 eyewitnesses, and Jake's girlfriend who testifies that he told her the night before that he was planning to rob a bank. And the defense puts on the odd facts. So what logical inference do we draw from the totality of the evidence? Well, clearly, the prosecution's facts demonstrate that Jake robbed the bank. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming. The money, the dye, the fingerprints, the gun, the eyewitnesses, the security camera, Jake's girlfriend. Jake robbed the bank. We can be extremely confident of that conclusion. Now, here's the key point. Once we decide, and we're justified in deciding that Jake robbed the bank, the odd facts, however they got to be that way, have to line up with the conclusion that we know to be true. What happened to the canvas bag or the other $1,000 that was never found? We don't know, but whatever happened to it, by definition, cannot alter the conclusion that Jake robbed the bank. In fact, what happened to the canvas bag, by definition, can't be a very important fact. It might be interesting to know, but it can't be that important because it can't affect the outcome. So what about that eyewitness who said that he saw Jake at the bar? Well, the existence of this story must be consistent with what we already know to be true. The witness may be lying. That would be consistent with what we know to be true. He might also be telling the truth. He might have seen a person who looked like Jake, or Jake might really have been there, but the witness got the time wrong, or he might honestly have wanted Jake to be not guilty so bad that he talked himself into believing that he was there. Whatever the explanation for this odd fact, even if it's an unusual or exotic explanation for why the witness testified as he did, it has to be consistent with what we already know to be true. Now, it would be a different story if there was stronger evidence that Jake really was at the bar and that his friend really did see him. If 10 people saw him there, for example. If there was a...
Bullets are wild things. As a hunter, I've shot a deer on its flank, and the round exited out of the top of their back. I've shot a deer in the lungs and it stayed and it ended up down by their ass. Are you from the rock hard slab? Are you from the, like in the Pacific Northwest? Where were you hunting?
Credit card receipt proving that he bought a drink at the exact moment the bank was being robbed, that would be different. But if that was the case, how could the rest of the evidence that he was robbing the bank at that moment be so strong? Now take that other odd fact that Jake seems to have gotten unusually far away from the bank in the 30 minutes before the police caught up to him. Now it might be out of line with what we would expect in the abstract, but if we can conclude from the rest of the evidence that Jake...
Because the deer up near Tacoma, they got dump truck asses, so of course the bullets get stuck in there.
did rob the bank, then by definition, however unlikely it might have seemed, he must have gotten that distance away from the bank. Maybe traffic was unusually light, maybe he took a shortcut, but there's got to be some explanation, and that explanation must be consistent with what we already know to be true. Okay, so what's the point of this exercise? It's to show how evidence works and how conclusions work in the real world. When we get into the JFK assassination, conspiracy theorists will often trumpet one specific claim or assertion that they insist is the absolute death knell for the conclusion that Oswald acted alone. But their reliance on that single claim or assertion tends to ignore the rest of the overwhelming totality of the evidence, or worse, pretends like the existence of that claim or assertion can change the conclusion that we would otherwise draw from that evidence. Let me give you another example, hypothetical one. The oft-repeated claim that Oswald could not have recycled the rifle and made those 3 shots in 5.6 seconds. As we'll see, that claim is factually false. A gunman could easily have done this with the rifle that Oswald was using. But let's just assume, just for the sake of argument, that it's remotely possible but unlikely, that it stretches to the very edge of what is physically possible with Oswald's Mannlicher Carcano rifle. So does it matter that it's unlikely? No. It's like the claim in the bank robbery analogy that it seems unlikely that Jake could have gotten as far as he did before the police caught up with him. That claim does not cut in favor of Jake's innocence, though, because the rest of the evidence is so conclusive. He did rob the bank, so therefore he must have driven that distance in 30 minutes, however unlikely that it was. So can a claim about how long it takes to recycle the rifle change the ballistics evidence, or the eyewitness that saw Oswald do it, or the handprints on the rifle and the boxes in the 6th floor depository, the sniper's nest? Can it change Oswald's history, his attempt to kill General Walker, his conclusively proven murder of Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit after the assassination? Once you conclude that something happened a certain way, and we are justified in concluding that, that's important, we have to be justified in reaching a conclusion, the facts or assertions that seem unlikely or inconsistent must be explainable by some means that line up with what we've already concluded. This is how the real world works, so just keep this in mind. A shorter way to put this, and I know I need to move on, but a shorter way to put this is if the vast totality of the evidence indicates X, but some outlier, fact, or claim seems to point in the direction of Y, don't be so hasty to jettison X and seize upon Y as the basis of a new conclusion. That is not how logical reasoning works, but that is what often conspiracy theorists do in the JFK case. Okay, now finally, let's get in.
Okay. It's always a good thing to keep in mind. That's what this entire conversation is going to be.
Parents' dad's fingerprints on gun?
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
No, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which is
said in
that
your opening
based on,
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in.
And in your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
this is a huge point. This
I
is,
want-
this
well,
is crazy
hey,
that you
we can
don't know
call for a
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well, we
evidence
need more
was
than a
put
fact
in-
check. This was every
The
single
team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a
I don't know if she knows what probative means. I don't know if she knows what hearsay means. I don't know if she has any idea what any of the words she just said meant, but okay.
medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
I don't know what she means by that. I don't know.
With your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to
Yeah,
pass?
Andrew doesn't have any understand what the terms mean either, or he would just call her out on this.
This is how you got to shooter. Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that
I
you got
didn't
to
get
Tyler
to shooter
Robinson.
from that.
Yes, you did. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire heering was basically hearsay. Officer Bagby
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming majority.
again, no dispute.
Outside of the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony.
It's so nice to watch Andrew Wilson have to debate another Andrew Wilson who's not going to be able to debate any of the substance, but is just going to play these stupid fucking definition games.
Before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah
Wow, okay, Salo. Thank you for giving subs and Gig Chat.
we'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what he said is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony, before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said, this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
disputing.
no, but the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give
talk
you
about
the
the greater
argument
prince,
now.
which is a fact.
Yeah,
If you're doing these like evidentiary or preliminary hearings for things, it's just the judge who's not making a final determination on the case, who's listening to what's being said. Oftentimes, judges will be, well, probably almost as a rule, judges will be quite lenient, I think, in hearings, as opposed to like at trial, right? At a hearing, a judge might let something go just to, figure out if they feel like they have enough to move forward on a thing, or because a judge wants to hear some more stuff. In front of a jury, a judge will be a lot more careful. Like, this won't fly. You can't do this. I'm not going to allow this, But none of this like proves or disproves anything. Like if they're doing these preliminary hearings, this isn't like the big fact. It's not like you can just lie. Or it's not like you can just present something that's just like totally fucking fabricated. Like, you would have to get more into like, what piece of evidence do you feel is unreliable, as opposed to just saying that the magistrate judge let something go that he might not let in trial. It's just retarded.
I'm not
and
saying
then
that.
off of that,
Didn't say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
I am telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So here's
I'm
what
not
the
making
position
stuff
is.
up. I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff up.
this.
I'm saying,
Well, I
and
have
I think you
one.
let's pull that up. Let's pull that up.
How do you
I
get
am
there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference?
state did.
Okay.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying,
But you're not showing me how you get
Can
there
you
from the
describe to the
inference?
audience what
yes.
1102
So
means?
this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my
inference.
evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here, and that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of.
I don't believe it's considered hearsay when it's about the defendant themselves, no? That's not considered hearsay, right? Where are my criminal procedure rules or whatever? If I'm accused of murder, and then I told Dan I'm going to murder John, and we go to court, I think you can ask Dan, hey, tell me what the defendant said to you. Oh, he said he was going to go murder John. I don't think that's considered hearsay. Now, if Dan were to say, Lucas told me that Stephen told him that he was going to murder John. Now that's hearsay. We need to talk to Lucas about that. So you'd bring in Lucas, and then you would ask him questions. Or you would examine him. I don't even know. This just sounds like was the entire hearing just about hearsay stuff, or this just looks like local rules for what type of hearsay or when you would allow certain hearsay to be heard by a court. But was the entire hearing I only saw a little bit of this. I don't even know if she knows what hearsay is. I'm not.
And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that is what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing, that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
Oh, God. Everything in a court case, aside from direct evidence, which can also be unreliable or rare. So, for instance, like witness testimony to somebody that saw an event is direct evidence, but it's still testimony. You have to infer, you determine the credibility of the witness. Everything in life is going to be some kind of inference, right? We're not, unless you're doing math problems, you're working from some set of axioms. Like everything is going to be inferencing. Otherwise, we wouldn't have trials. We would just go to court and we would deductively say, well, we know this to be true. It's just given. And then we know this to be true. It's just given. And then from these two facts, we can infer whatever. But in court, everything is going to be inferred to some extent. I mean, if I'm being good faith, like some things might require a heavier inference than other things. But to just say that, like, oh, well, these are inferences, this is all like nonsense. Ugh.
He drives a similar car. Okay, they are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? So that I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations,
in
then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim.
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom, right? To say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it, and they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over?
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're
evidence.
gonna get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow, what a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person?
The idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen.
Like that was the only evidence, is just that they have the same shoe on? Like,
it's such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
it
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again, if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. We should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-6. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No, I don't delete
tweets. Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless
it was his car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going on.
she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
just
you
5 seconds ago, you should concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
The funny thing is the way that Andrew debates is, if Andrew thinks he has the substance, he'll debate the substance. But if he doesn't, he'll endlessly be a debate pervert. The problem with Candace Owens is that Candace Owens is an absolutely like a horrible bad faith actor, right? But she will memorize bad parts of the substance, so she'll try to know whatever individual facts she needs to satisfy her conspiratorial nonsense. But she also engages in bad faith on top of that. So in order for Andrew to counter her argumentation, he needs to have a strong command of the facts, which he normally doesn't, because usually you just need to know enough to be the other person, and because usually he's willing to become like the bad faith demon himself to debate. But if she has some of the facts and is willing to go bad faith, all he can do is bad faith, and he doesn't even need to be bad faith here because he technically is arguing a stronger case, but he doesn't have a command of the facts. He's like completely fucked in this conversation, which is very funny to me.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even
Patrick,
pull your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you're wrong. It's cool to say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of it, well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that. I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I'm actually not seeing.
He actually had the right idea in the beginning, and then he got yanked to the side by Candace. If I do a lab leak debate, this is how I would do it. Is he asked, I want you to lay out what you think most likely the thing that happened from start to finish. I think it's one of the biggest issues with the lab leak thing, because there's so many different difficult facts you have to account for if you believe that that COVID-19 came from a lab. And to hear somebody lay it out from start to finish, I think is the best way to demonstrate how not compelling their argument is. He asked her to do that, but she didn't actually. And then they immediately started getting into this back and forth, and she never had to lay out a full case, which actually helps her position quite a bit, because the full set of facts would be fucking ridiculous on her side.
Anything that's compelling is an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not,
right? I feel like that's fair.
But not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was exhaustive.
Go
Even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why you're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to go right back at you, because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating, is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because, A, Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm paraphrasing.
Can we pull that up?
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't
may
feel-
have
I
it.
think
By
that's
the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he
gonna
had
see me
some
on the staircase?
maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry,
hang
go
on,
ahead, you're right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet it.
texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, where, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, you pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
wanna,
that.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that.
Well, I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay. If you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying? It's not hearsay.
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
yeah.
Would that make sure? Would that
Wait,
mean,
where's my lawyer people? It's not considered hearsay when it's statements about when it's statements that were made by the defendant, no? My understanding is the concept of hearsay is that we want evidence to have like what is it, like probative value? Like we can assess the validity of it or the credibility of it in court. If Dan comes to court, also keep in mind things that are said in court are said under the penalty of perjury. Okay, so Dan comes to court, okay, and I'm the defendant, okay, and I have potentially murdered John. I'm accused of murdering John. If Dan says Stephen said that he murdered John, Dan is staking his credibility on having heard me say that statement, right? And if I said that statement, I could take the stand and I could try to explain why I said the statement. But if I said the statement, that it goes towards the potentially the facts of the case, right? Well, I told Dan I was going to go murder John, and Dan can personally say that he heard that, and then I have the opportunity to cross-examine Dan. I can say, did I really say that? What was the context of that statement, Dan? And then maybe I'll ask, was it not true that we were on Xbox Live playing Halo 3 when I said, I'm going to kill John, and then I sniped him with a rifle? So I can ask him questions about it, okay, to assess whether or not it was a good or bad statement. Let's say, though, instead, let's say that Dan takes the stand and Dan says, Lucas said that Stephen told him that he was going to kill John. Well, first of all, did Lucas really hear that? He's not here under oath. He's not testifying to that under the penalty of perjury. Maybe Lucas lied when he said that, but I don't have the ability to ask him that question. I can't assess his credibility. I can't figure out anything else around that statement, right? So this is like hearsay, right? You heard Lucas say something, but we're not here. Lucas isn't here in front of us for us to ask him questions about what he heard, for him to enter that into the court's record under the penalty of perjury, right? So it's not like a fair way to evaluate an attack on me to help them build the strength of their case. But But if you heard the defendant say something, I could take the stand and I could testify and say, well, I didn't say that. I deny saying that, or I give an explanation. Now, it's if I'm accused of a crime, I don't have to technically, but I don't think it's ever considered hearsay when it's a statement that is offered in court by a person who's testifying to hearing the statement that was made by the accused. I don't believe that that's ever. I don't believe that that's ever the case that that's considered hearsay. These are out of court statements that are made that are offered to like bolster the credibility of some other fact, but we can't bring in the person to actually test that, to ask them questions about that. Yeah. So this is whatever.
And testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with
I
his
just want to make sure.
yeah,
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
Or maybe more particularly, maybe you would say that would be hearsay, but this would be an exception or an exemption to the hearsay rule because it's about the defendant, I guess, maybe. Somebody offered me a thing. They said 801. This is a perfect prompt for Claude. I don't trust Claude. Well, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I don't trust them for legal stuff because the vocabulary is so particular for legal stuff. But they're a lot better now. Maybe. Okay, 801 D2. Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay. An opposing party's statement. The statement is offered against an opposing party and was made by the party in an individual or representative capacity, is one the party manifested that it adopted or believed to be true, was made by a person whom the party authorized to make the statement, was made by the party's agent. Okay, yeah. So this is that it would never be considered hearsay to say, because like you can even just like imagine that for a microsecond, right? Like I'm not going to testify against myself, right? But now anybody that heard me say anything can never offer that as evidence of anything I've said or of anything of the crime I'm accused of because it's all hearsay and I'm not going to testify. Therefore, it's all hearsay and inadmissible. Like that would be ridiculous, right?
The opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So
what was this preliminary hearing for? Because if they're doing a PC hearing, okay, to see if they can issue an indictment or an arrest, if it's like just for probable cause, you don't have a right to cross-examine somebody for an indictment, right? I believe like grand juries even that are convened for the purposes of securing an indictment, right? You have to have the probable cause standard of evidence that's presented to the grand jury. Now hopefully you have far more evidence, right? Because you're trying to prove beyond reasonable doubt. But you don't have that's like an ex parte thing. Only one side, which is the state, the prosecutor, has to present their evidence. You don't have a right to cross-examine and fight that evidence in front of a grand jury. This is just for the purpose of issuing an arrest warrant or an indictment. Now I don't know if she's referring to a different hearing because I haven't watched all of these, but. Ain't nobody got time to read all this shit.
Are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so
you didn't say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean,
like hearsay doesn't matter for. Well, I don't know. I'm just repeating myself. It doesn't matter. Hearsay doesn't matter for like an arrest warrant or whatever. Like your standards of evidence, everything are going to be different. You don't have like your rules of evidence for what is in trial in court aren't going to be the same rules necessarily for like issuing an arrest warrant or a search warrant.
I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. Let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
okay.
That's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that
and
at
what
all.
are the things?
How many times did you watch the video here? It's like they constantly.
Also, keep in mind, hearsay is not necessarily wrong. That's not necessarily just because something's hearsay doesn't mean that it didn't happen or it's incorrect. Like it might be that as part of an indictment or whatever, you've got like 15 people that all claim to have heard different things from different people or whatever else, and it's all hearsay. Now you might be not at court. you might actually subpoena those witnesses and bring them in directly, or you might subpoena other people or further part of that investigation as a result of what they said. Just because something is hearsay doesn't mean that it's wrong. Remember, the problem with hearsay is that if I'm being accused of a crime, I have a right to interrogate, to do my own cross-examination of the person who's making a statement against me. But if they're making a statement about something they heard from somebody else, well, then that other person needs to come here so that I can interrogate that person, right? Okay.
1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing.
Hearsay.
And all of those.
And Andrew doesn't know any law at all. And Candace is just, she heard this talking point from somebody and it doesn't matter, so...
Things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't
convincing.
consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also, that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question I was asked of you was pretty direct, right? What did you find to be...
this is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one. Well, even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either
way. If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop.
Candace is an idiot. Use immunity doesn't mean you can just perjure yourself, and encourages the witness to tell the truth because nothing they say can be used against them. Yeah, correct. So I think when you're going for types of immunity, so here's the issue: is there's different standards of stuff for different things that cops can do to you, right? So let's say that I felt like my friend, it's too edgy of an example. I was going to use Dewey as an example. Let's say that I feel like my friend has a whole bunch of drugs and guns, and I think he's going to go do like a big bad thing, like a drug deal bust, like killing a bunch of people, okay? And I know this because I was at his house the other day smoking crack with him, okay? What do you want me to say? Now, maybe an investigator finds out that I was there and they really want to bring me in and answer those questions. But if they bring me in and they ask me questions about that, fuck you. I'm pleading the fifth. I'm not going to say shit to you. What, so you can bust me for fucking smoking crack? Hell no. But if you're an investigator, you're like, I don't care that you smoke crack. I need to know if this guy's going to go kill somebody. So in this case, right, you're going to offer some kind of like, is it a proffer of immunity? I don't know what the actual terms is. I don't do criminal shit because I'm never accused of crimes, okay? I just die in civil court. You want to figure out the truth of the matter here, so you offer some limited immunity. Say, listen, I don't care if you fucking smoke crack or whatever the fuck bullshit. Just tell me what happened. You're not going to get in trouble, okay? I'm going to give you immunity from, there's a selection of things. Like, you can't like give them immunity and then they go, oh, thanks for the immunity. So I was at his house and we were raping and murdering people, of which I did plenty of. And then he said that he was going to go blah, blah, and you can't lie. I think if you perjure yourself and they found out you perjure yourself, I think that immunity, can be withdrawn because now that's the whole point of the immunity. And I think they could take it back. It's like conditional, I think, on you not perjuring yourself. I'm like 81% sure of these things. Ask Claude if you think I'm lying. But that immunity offer is important. Otherwise, you should never talk to the cops because the only thing it can do is hurt you, unless you're doing an interview for a job, in which case you can talk to the cops because you're trying to get hired. But otherwise, all I can do is like give them a standard to probable cause, arrest you, search warrant your house, whatever else. But if they're trying to figure out like a bigger, badder crime, then yeah, they'll make you immune to some lesser charge because they don't want to hamper your ability to give them important information.
Yeah, let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me. Okay,
we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem called Taipei. They remained through the Roman Empire, the Crusades, the Ottoman Empire, and countless changes of power. Today, that Christian presence is in serious danger. One father in the West Bank put it simply. He said, quote, "I don't want to leave. My family is buried."
Why is she? What the fuck? Vulnerable People Project. We went to, is it Samaria? No. Where the Samaritans were from? I feel like there's a city called where the Samus guy supposedly died. I don't remember. Fuck me, dude. We were in the city in the West Bank. I wonder how far this is from there. The West Bank's Christians are disappearing. Why the fuck would you ever... Actually, never mind. I don't care. Religious people are fucking retarded. Samus? I don't know. Like, two people are stuck in the dumbest conflict of all of fucking human history. And some Christians are like, me too. What? Bro. What? Oh my God. I don't care.
Buried here. My church is here. I'm the church police and community month. $1 provides a full day of protection and support for vulnerable Christian families, and $83 a month can help sustain that protection throughout the month. I support the Vulnerable People Project because 93% of every donated dollar goes directly toward protecting vulnerable families.
I don't know why this is so quiet also, okay?
If preserving a living Christian presence in the Holy Land matters to you, visit vulnerablepeopleproject.com. Again, that's vulnerablepeopleproject.com. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever but still falling behind from making a kit, which code Candace at checkout, United States residents only?
Wait, does it have emergency drugs like hydroxychloroquine
more than
or
18,000
ivermectin?
confirmed and suspected cases of cyclosporiasis have now been nationwide, and Michigan health officials have confirmed the first 2 United States deaths associated with that outbreak. The CDC says the illness is caused by cyclospora, a microscopic parasite commonly spread through contaminated fresh produce. It can cause severe stomach cramps, nausea, fatigue, and other debilitating symptoms. If you get sick, the CDC recommends Bactrim. That's why the wellness company created the medical emergency kit with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25.
Oh, there it is, ivermectin. Yes. Oh, I'm coming. Ah, I'm coming.
The wellness company created the medical emergency kit with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25 common illnesses and medical emergencies, all prescribed before you need them. Getting your kit is simple. You complete a secure online medical
prescribed before you need them. The best types of prescriptions. Yes.
If it's approved by a licensed physician, your kit ships directly to your door. United States
What do I do to convince the retarded family members / in-laws who aren't going to vax their newborn? Is it just fucked? Is there any way to debate them to clarity? Bring them on and I'll debate them. I don't know. Good luck. My parents don't believe in vaccines anymore, so what do you want me to say? I mean, it might actually work for that, wouldn't it?
Okay, we're back.
You're banned, motherfucker. Ivermectin is exclusively for horses, okay? They said it on CNN once, and I'm sticking with it. No. It's probably fine here. It's just, but nobody's buying it for that. They just want... If you followed after the COVID shit, like 90% of all online like wellness kits and things and whatever the fuck had some version of like azithromycin and some version of ivermectin in it because every conservative was convinced that these were fucking miracle drugs that could cure any possible fucking ailment you could ever have. So it's just funny to see it pop up sometimes. Technically, for parasites, I don't know why or what. I don't know what the deal is if parasites are just like shitty on the evolutionary ladder or whatever. The drugs that we have to treat parasites are very, 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 very effective. Like insanely effective. I don't know why or how, but they just are. So
fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these.
Holy shit, Jihan, you should contact Hassan. That would be, instead of Hassan saying Hassan derangement syndrome or saying Islamophobic, he should say that people are being Hassanophobic. That's a sick fucking, that would be a sick line. I could respect it. This guy's Hassanophobic.
These conversations right now, just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's stay and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair.
Sounds good.
Okay, so yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the
He fucked up. He never got her to lay out her full case. So she's able to, it's just so, it's so funny because Andrew is having to suffer right now his own behavior, which is I always make fun of him for, he says, I'm doing an internal critique. And that's like code word. It's philosophy code word for, I'm not going to have to defend any position. I'm just going to endlessly torture your position until I found some inconsistency that you can't perfectly account for. And that's all Candace Owens technically has to do with his shit, because he never made her lay out an entire story.
Evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars.
Destiny, you've got it backwards. Parasite treatments have gotten so effective because parasites are incredibly dangerous for humans. I mean, sure, I'm sure they are, but I mean, I feel like I don't know anything about the microbiology of this. I really only know anything about viruses, and even that, I really don't know anything about like one virus, SARS-CoV-2. But if I had to guess, viruses are very small and they are very sophisticated in their operation. And then like to identify them, you're on like the scale of, you know, trying to find like individual proteins that are also engaging with your cells. And so like a virus is going to have a lot in common with human biology as well, right? But like a parasite is like a whole ass fucking other creature that's just trying to leech on your shit. So I feel like they're probably easier to kill for that reason. That would be this is my totally a random uneducated guess, but yeah.
My defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly?
He wants to put her in a camp
so first
now?
let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was...
Oh. This is why I love Candace, and this is why I'm sorry. I need people to understand when I say this shit. I just mean like, it's just funny to see how people who function in bad faith are just so blatant with their bad faith. That's what I mean when I say that. So she does know some of these terms, or at least has learned like what she needs to know to be able to argue some of these things convincingly. So it sounds like she does know, you know, why you might have some hearings and why one side might be presenting information and not another side. So yeah, that's funny to hear say that.
Was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense.
Andrew is I said this before, and it's hard to see this if you're not like a seasoned debater. It's hard to see this if you don't know what to look for. But if you know what to look for, oftentimes when people don't know the substance of what it is they're debating, they retreat to philosophy. And when I say retreat to philosophy, what I mean is that the person will begin to argue. Like you move into a mode where you're just trying to like spot inconsistencies in the other person's argument, because you can't actually make any arguments on your own. This is how Andrew debates a lot of the time. It's why it's frustrating if you know the substance of an issue, and it's why so many conversations feel unsatisfactory, is because nobody ever gets to the substance, because they're just trying to debate these like philosophical, when I say philosophy, I mean like these logical gotchas. Like, oh, aren't you being inconsistent here? So like Pisco, a little bit, yeah, I think what Pisco considers certain things. Andrew, but these are like, I consider these some of the most bad faith types of debaters. I think Pisco has other issues. I don't think he necessarily does this. But the issue is that, so for Andrew, Andrew doesn't do enough work, I would say, to get into the substance of an issue. And I don't know how often he debates like conspiracy theorists, because conspiracy theorists will have some, I'll say, specific command of some facts, right? They will learn some number of facts to support their conspiracy theory. And it's very hard to argue your way around somebody who's dedicated to a certain conspiracy theory without you knowing to some high level of detail the facts that they're going to bring up. This is why, like I've always said, like I would lose a debate unprepared. I would lose a debate to the world's best flat earther or the world's best any conspiracy theorist. I would have to do a considerable amount of research in order to be able to counter the points that they bring up. Andrew, I don't think Andrew has done the work that he needs to do in order to counter her fact-specific things. It sounds like he didn't read or follow any of the case, and it sounds like he doesn't have a strong command of the law, or at least the legal concepts that are being spoken about here, and it's hurting him significantly. So,
that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense, and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I think the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
But do you see
fascist.
how that's intuition?
That is, I am. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good.
There's just so many things about like law and like these procedures that people have like layman's misunderstandings of, and Andrew seems to have all these layman misunderstandings and he's just letting her get away with so much because he doesn't understand exactly like what are we even doing in court, right? Like when you go to trial, you're here because there's going to be, generally speaking, there's a disagreement on matters of fact. Okay, so for a murder case, very obviously, the disagreements on the matter of fact are, did I kill this person? And you're not going to debate law as in like, well, I pulled the trigger and I shot him in the head, but I don't actually think that constitutes killing, right? That's not what you're here to debate for a judge or for the Supreme Court here, right? You're here for a jury to ascertain the credibility of the information that's shown to them to figure out whether or not factually they believe in the facts of the case as laid out by the prosecution. That's all you're doing. So like Candace is using so many like weird phrases like, oh, like, well, they're making inferences and oh, well, everything in court is an inference. If you could deductively, right? When we do deduction is the truth logically follows. It has to, right? So like in your basic syllogism of all men are mortal as one premise, and Socrates is a man is your second premise. The conclusion follows. It can be deduced from the two prior statements, right? It has to be true, right? You're not making inferences. There's nothing probabilistic. But Candace keeps using these words, and Andrew's just not familiar what law is or what like the criminal procedure system is for, what happens in court. So she's flying high on all these terms, and I don't know. We have 2 hours until it's live again. I don't know how much they keep going, if they're going to keep going. But like, I don't think Andrew can actually win this debate because he just doesn't understand what's being argued here. And Candace is a conspiracy theorist.
That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside.
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this. Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Like, you switch it up. I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should.
Is that not abduction? I'm going to be honest. I know what induction means, I think, and I know what deduction means. Abduction, sometimes I would say abduction instead of induction because it felt like a smarter word to say. I don't know what abduction actually means, to abduce something versus infer something. I don't know the difference.
See at the trial, that would be kind
Don't
of.
you think FedSlop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say,
it's not abduction, it's adduction.
Overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect, but I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you
parking
know that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking aside just your general intuition, sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't been given access to my time.
I don't know. And again, if these hearings are just to go over the probable cause for an indictment or whatever, although I feel like they would have done this already, right? Fuck, maybe I should have watched it. No, because I don't give a fuck. This guy's going to be fucking convicted. But if these are just like hearings for indictments or whatever, he doesn't have to be given anything. Technically, the cops don't have to give you anything to charge you with a crime, right? At an arraignment, you're brought before a judge, and I believe you're read your charges, but the evidence and stuff doesn't have to be turned over to you until they begin preparing for the case.
It's my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of the discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here.
I don't know why Andrew, if he truly did fundraise this, because I don't think he's that rich. He's not poor by any stretch of the imagination, but like the ability to just casually toss $300,000 away, unless he has some kind of sponsor for the debate, because there's no way that they fundraise that much, right? The last I checked, two nights ago, they had like $10,000 raised. Oh, he got $60K. There's no way he's fronting $400K or I'm sorry, $240K of his own money.
Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not
TP USA is backing him? Oh, I'm sorry. The reason I brought that up, though, is that, like, why would you not? This is like, could be the debate of your career. Why not prepare for this? I feel like I prepared so much for if I feel like I have a huge debate coming out. It sounds like Andrew hasn't even read the facts of the case or familiarized himself with like any basic law. Like Andrew's got a big community too, and they all are huge debate lords. So I'm sure he's got a couple of, at least law school students in his audience. I'm surprised he didn't just grab somebody. He's like, hey, can you like run down some basic legal shit with me just so that I know?
With the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing. Would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time I got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age, and then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but
the types of messages Pixie thinks she's going to discover if she can just find one more Discord line.
That he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire.
Absolutely not. Even without doing any research, that can't possibly be true because I've seen people give worse confessions in the fucking interrogation room in a fucking police station on cop slot videos. He collabed with Malele during the hearing, so he probably just zoned out while listening to Ryan drone on about it. I said I said he needs to talk to like a lawyer or like a law student. YouTube lawyers are not real lawyers, are not real people. Okay, these are the dredge of the earth. I'm not even. Oh, these aren't even shots at Pisco. Just there are a whole bunch of like quote unquote YouTube lawyers that got like famous during the whole Amber Heard, Johnny Depp thing. I don't even know if Malele comes from that. Everything that they say about law, the reasoning is just so motivated, you can't even trust them on basic legal takes. They will get basic law facts of law just totally incorrect. So if his preparation was Ryan Malele, that's really sad, I think. It's dregs, not dredge. That's what I said. You misheard.
I'm in the surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe going to, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you got to watch the show, right?
Yeah, no, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
See, you want to talk about hearsay, right? It's interesting because what Andrew just gave, it's so sad that he actually didn't prepare for this. What Andrew just gave would be the reason why hearsay is not allowed in court typically, right? To prove the fact of a matter or whatever, right? It's because like, well, hold on, you have somebody that told you something. I don't know how credible that person is. I don't know where the fuck they heard this from. Like, how are you using this to build your argument? That's bullshit, right? This would be a good reason for why we typically don't allow, with some exceptions, obviously. There are hearsay exceptions. But.
To be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
What you're doing
prosecution
is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool
Okay,
story.
wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media, that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
it was in mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part of
him?
the official documents. Our fact.
See, it's so funny how she debates, because I feel like I've heard Andrew do these same things, right? When somebody's caught doing something bad, we've talked about this a lot, right? Somebody's caught doing something bad, and they're like, okay, hold on. You just accused me of cheating with you, or cheating on you with a 24-year-old brunette woman last night. I didn't see a single brunette woman last night. Last night? How are we defining night? Like, does night start at 7 p.m.? Does it end at 2 a.m.? You said last. Is last like, well, what if it, like, there's just, it's like this endlessly asking, where did you hear this from? Who did you hear this about? What exactly did they say? Wait, because she's trying to find a single thing that he might be wrong on, and then she's going to seize on that and then question him foundationally, like, how do you know this particular thing? And then he has to give up the point. It's hilarious.
Confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean,
confronted
that's part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I do. We can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this
go
is where
ahead.
we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating on the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative.
How do you counter her strategy without knowing all the substance and facts? I don't know. I think you have to know the substance on it. Otherwise, I don't know how you would do it, because you can just get ground out in a thing that you just aren't aware of. You just don't know the thing itself. And then, I mean, like, if a very intelligent audience is listening, well, I shouldn't say very intelligent. Well, more than the average listener, right? We are more than the average listener. As I'm listening to this, like, I can hear the strategies, so I know that it's bullshit. But I wouldn't expect an average person to. I think an average person would just think like, oh shit, he's getting his fucking ass whipped. That would be my guess is that's going to be the average understanding.
Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night.
I think probative, the question of probative evidence is like, does it offer value, and then can you ask questions related to it? Does probative mean you have to be able to, like, it goes to showing a fact, and then you generally have to be able to interrogate it a little bit, I think. Evidence is probative if it makes a material fact more or less likely to be true. Probative value. Okay, yes. Okay, so it's probative if it offers something to the case more or less to be true. And generally, I think you have to be able to confront that, but that's a secondary thing. Or you have to be able to address it in some way, right? Like, you have to be shown the evidence, and then you have to be able to attack the credibility of the evidence you want, obviously. She keeps saying, like,
Assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by
she said probative a few times. I don't know if she's using it to just mean like it's, I don't know. I'm not sure.
a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews. But also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging documents, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m.
I'm so curious. Can somebody, if somebody has, can somebody link me the VOD? If Mullally really did prepare him, I'm just so curious what that prep looked like. I just want to see it. I'm just please, God.
The morning that got up there, he then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Wait. Bro, what the fuck is happening to our Army pilots under this retarded admin? Another helicopter crash in Texas on Wednesday, sparking a massive wildfire. Really? Jesus.
information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
it
Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates the
parents?
point because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That doesn't
misinformation?
negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's
I
guilty.
didn't say they turned him in.
It's kind of boring. They just sat on stream for like 3 hours eating deli meats and smoking while talking shit about brown people.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, they know it's you, and you're going to come in.
How is this debate or performance important? Candace Owens is one of the largest conspiracy theorists, maybe the largest conspiracy theorist in the United States of America right now, and she's debating a conspiracy theory that she's widely propagated about one of the most insane political assassinations in my entire lifetime for $300,000 with Andrew Wilson. I don't understand. What do you mean? There's so many reasons why this is an interesting thing right now.
Peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the
address
evidence,
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever.
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him.
It's funny too because what's happening here. It's what's really in a very queer sense, in a very mutated sense. What's happening here is Andrew is playing the role of prosecutor, trying to prove his case beyond a reasonable doubt, and Candace is playing the role of defense, where she's just trying to poke holes in his theory, right? That ideally, remember, in a criminal court, you're trying to convict somebody so that no reasonable person on the jury could have a reasonable doubt in their mind as to whether or not the defense, the accused, actually committed the crime. It's not 100%, but there can't be another reasonable explanation that could exist that could explain away the defendant's behavior or that could put him in another place, right? That's essentially what you're doing, right? However, that's not what this debate was supposed to be. The debate was supposed to be both of them have a theory on on how Charlie Kirk was killed. He believes the official story. She purportedly believes in a conspiracy. She has not defended her idea at all. She's only playing defense against his theory. She hasn't offered any of her own. Now, this is 2 hours, 60 minutes. Okay, there's still a lot left. But hopefully he realizes that, I guess, or something, and gets her to put her theory out there. Otherwise, all she has to do is poke holes in his story. It works for her,
Well, you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved, I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back
want to
and
see
then
first?
just
You
go
want to see
backwards
Kathy
to,
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the, if you're okay with that.
Thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages, something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually
Don't you
discover
think
the
that would
messages.
make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's
okay.
the point.
So let's get to
They just could be somebody else.
the parents fact check.
Yeah, so I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's see if that's correct.
Oh, man.
What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes, so this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And,
this mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah,
that's like a really, really, really bad point. You really shouldn't fucking say anything because especially Andrew and Rachel wouldn't, because as much as you might have some emotional response, like if a lawyer is telling you, like, you know, if you run to the meeting, you want to say whatever because you feel better with your kid, that's fine. But they might get executed now because of your recklessness. I think they would probably recommend for you to shut the fuck up, especially for criminal shit like this. I think they would say, don't say anything.
That's for you and your wife, but when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what happened.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I'm saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part.
Based on the statements of it's
him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence, and I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this, yeah?
No.
They could have...
The bitch is dangerous because you can know literally everything about a topic, and she will confidently make shit up. Destiny, I don't think there's any way to come out of Candace's debate as a clear winner. Oh, no. You absolutely could, 100%. If you actually know, like, if you're familiar with the substance of the thing, you absolutely could, for sure. 100%, though.
Said they're
they're
not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's
I'm asking,
evidence.
are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is effective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying couldn't.
No, what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right.
Why would you wait? Why would you not wait? Well, Andrew's not the prosecutor of the defense, no? Like, he's got a lot less at risk.
That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing. It's what I find overwhelming.
So he should have had a better standard. Like what I find convincing is 51%. I don't know, more likely than not is convincing, but that wouldn't be good enough to probably win this debate for Candace Owens or even in the eye of a viewer.
Why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems.
But it's also like, dog, this is a $300,000 debate. You guys didn't kind of iron out what the goal was for this ahead of time, you're just like, oh, no, hold on. Let me be clear what I even am saying or what I'm even trying to present as a story here. Like, how do you not have this figured out a little bit more ahead of time? No? Hello?
Problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to, nobody have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear.
What's Discord?
Of course conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it's
like he's trying to retreat to like kind of the standard philosophy argument and everything of like, oh, well, let me kind of like summarize where we're at and then kind of try to catch up again. And it's like, Candace is a conspiracy theorist who is also very smart. So she will do the bad faith thing. Okay, she will twist and contort however much she needs, but she's also a conspiracy theorist, so she does have some facts at her disposal. And if you don't have a strong command of the facts, or at least a strong command of the law, well, I just don't understand why Andrew wouldn't prepare more for this. This is an expensive debate, and it's a big point in his career. Why would you not prepare for this?
Turns out that it's all nonsense, or it's wackadoo stuff, or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been.
Like another interesting thing that they could do, and Andrew and I have bet before, Andrew should have propositioned her with some kind of a bet with odds. Like if you're very confident in your position, now it's difficult because he's already given her $300,000 to do the debate, but like how about a $10,000 bet with 5-to-1 odds, I guess. If you think there's like an 80% chance or whatever that he'll be convicted, like why not offer her a bet with odds and then see if she'll take it to test the strength of her convictions with an actual number, you know?
My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, yeah, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not
I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how.
Man.
It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure.
Like he's trying to do a philosophy game, but that's just not true. It is about how you feel about it. That's what a jury is there, is to feel. They're not there to logic lord it. They're not there to deduce, right? Funnily, we say in common parlance that you're deducing from some set of information, but you're not actually. You're inferring. Every human thought like this is an inference because you cannot 100% know with absolute certainty any fact of the matter unless you're a direct witness to the fact itself. And then even that, we get into, epistemic theories of truth and what does it mean to observe a thing and know a thing to be true, blah, blah, blah. But all of these things are inferences at the end of the day. Unless you're debating math, okay? Unless you're debating math or you're debating some kind of deductively or something stemming from some axioms, from some set of statements that you both agree to be true, all of this is going to be an inference, right?
But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April.
Oh no, he's got a team. He's got a team. Where have they been?
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was
precise as of
provided approximately 100%, they say. Okay, when you see statements like this that show up in legal filings, right? To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence, quote, that is presently and reasonably available to them, end quote. And then they're quoting a local rule here of criminal procedure. This is the legal standard. That's what they're quoting. Presently and reasonably available. My guess is if we look up Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure 1682, it probably says that this is like your standard for the evidence you have to present. But you put these legal terms in here because it's would you say it's a term of art? Like it means something. That doesn't mean like for the layman, like, oh, well, they're saying reasonable. So like maybe they were being tricky with the word and they withheld a bunch of. No, that's not how that works, because if they do, well, then you would challenge them on it. And if you win, you could get the whole case thrown out, or at least like parts of stuff they're trying to introduce into court.
Evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah are criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning.
It's just like, why would you just like a little bit of law? Just learn a little bit. It's criminal procedure too. Civil procedure is supposed to be really tough. Criminal procedure is like crime shit that like ideally an average citizen should kind of be able to understand. Now we still get attorneys provided to us, but like it's easier than fucking contract law, or even a lot of tort shit is more complicated. Hold on, what was this? It's Utah Rules Criminal Procedure 1682. Okay, Utah Rules. It's criminal 16A. Did we ever talk this out? Utah Rules Criminal 16A. 2. Or here. Presently. Yeah. So they're quoting a legal standard here. Timing of mandatory disclosures, blah, blah, blah. In every case, all material or information listed under paragraph A1 that is presently and reasonably available to the prosecutor must be disclosed before the preliminary examination, if applicable, or before the defendant enters a plea of guilty, right? So presently and reasonably available is the legal standard they're quoting. It doesn't just mean like reasonable, like up to their own, judgment.
Evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah are criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was
They're quoting a legal standard.
Entire, and we can pull this up. Like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So and they were basically saying you don't need it at.
But Andrew doesn't even know this, so he can't counter. He doesn't have the facts or the process or the procedure. He doesn't have the specific facts or a macro understanding of law.
Stage, meaning it's not reasonable.
When I say macro too, I just mean like basic stuff.
That you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
show
documents.
cause.
Yes,
yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like a week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And
because there's a process and a procedure to law, and you don't just do stuff to be nice to people. Like, what do you mean? They're going to do what's required of them.
And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not.
But doesn't the legal standard just mean the layman's version of reasonable? No, it had a definition for, it was referring to some other paragraph probably for these are the things that you have to make available to the defense. This is all going to be spelled out pretty closely.
Disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no
there's no
Okay.
disagreement
Right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can't.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That you
many
decide that it
claims.
trips into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through because we discussed the gun, we discussed your.
You can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and we
things
should
that you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point, all of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's giving,
you're conceding
nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt
that
the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
that
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me
If fuck, I wish I knew what the I don't know what the hearing was for. If it was only for indictment stuff or probable cause stuff, depending on what the hearing was, they don't have to put all their evidence out. I think sometimes you might fight over what can be entered, or what can be not entered into the record, but like what can be presented at trial. But if there's something that the opposing side's not disputing, then I don't even know if you fight over it. It's just accepted. So you might not see every single thing in these preliminary hearings that you would expect to see at the trial itself.
this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage. At this stage, I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big, ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up, like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Because the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me. That they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI, and then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere.
Oh my
and by the way,
God.
that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to...
I don't know if any of this is true, but I also don't know the standard operating procedure for any of this. But hopefully, Andrew Wilson knows, because this is a $300,000 debate, and surely he prepared these talking points, right?
will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. It had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her, I think she should have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs wash their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys, I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson, and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing. But hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that.
Like he's on pure like argue debate territory now. I just think it's insane to me that he didn't prepare at all for this debate. I don't understand. It's so much money. I don't understand. I feel like a lot of people just don't have any. Is it just like a lack of humility? To just like assume that he could waltz in and do this? I guess I don't know. That's just
good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay,
just a
I
good,
don't disagree
just
with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However,
believe it or not, by about now, Pisco said that Andrew was thrashing her. Oh, did Pisco watch this too? I mean, like, Andrew is correct, like in what he's saying. I'm not convinced that anybody's going to hear what he's saying and feel very compelled. Yeah, I don't know.
There's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up.
Trying to read between the lines here, Candace just rejecting all the evidence are obviously wrong. Well, I mean, Candace's arguments are not good arguments. Hi, what's up? Candace's arguments aren't necessarily good arguments, but I mean, like, I don't think Andrew's demonstrating that very well because he doesn't seem to understand anything about anything. Hi, what's up?
People were saying that you had questions about legal stuff?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Wow, everybody. Thanks for baiting me to come on here.
Wait, who said that? Which person said that?
No, I'm not. Wide hide. Wide hide, everybody. No, it was just people were like, oh, we're talking about legal stuff. Destiny was asking questions earlier, so go and talk to him about it. It was just, I don't know. It seemed like you had a pretty good handle of it. They're just doing it was just like a pretrial conference, right? Where they're just talking about evidence and stuff.
That's my guess. Yeah. But Andrew doesn't understand anything about law. And so she's just able to say like a bunch of like random retarded statements. So I don't know. Go ahead.
It's been, from what I've been hearing, it's just been like her just going like, isn't this weird? And none of it so far has sounded weird at all.
Yeah. And then misstating like what the purpose of any legal process is, like, oh, like a lot of people don't understand the concept of like an ex parte hearing. So like, what? They didn't even get to defend themselves with this. And it's like, well, yeah, that's not what we do right now, right? And then so it's just like, but if you're a layman and you don't understand, and Andrew doesn't seem to understand any legal process, it's like, oh, well, wait, that's true. Wait, why didn't the defense get to have these text messages? Why couldn't they present any of their side, right? I don't know. It seems kind of compelling, but I just don't know why Andrew wouldn't prepare for any of it. Yeah.
It's also just kind of a funny thing where it's like, if we in the public are hearing about it, and it's like, let's say it was like truly a problem. Let's say there's like actually some issue that came out and the public heard about it. Like that's what the appeals process is for. And if it's in the public, the people in the defense definitely know about it and are going to handle it. So it's just, it's kind of a silly thing. Like the amount of like, not like secrecy, but just the amount of like shit that happens that's not public when it comes to any lawsuit. I guess I'm sure you know. It's like, there's a lot of shit that happens that the public never finds out or hears about. Mm-hmm. And so like if you're hearing about anything that did get out publicly, like trust me, there's a shit ton of context that you're not getting. And if there's an issue, it's going to get handled, especially on a high profile thing like this. So yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Okay.
Love
Be
you.
careful. Bye.
With conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, This is just me not being.
I believe he thought that Candace is just a retard who is reading the script someone else wrote for her, since she's always reading off a teleprompter on her episodes. This is a Fuentes line that Candace is a retarded black woman who can't speak properly. They don't see her evil, highly intelligent nature. That, well, okay, evil's loaded, but also maybe, yeah. But also, she's not stupid. I mean, I had a conversation with her in person, and she's had live conversation. She had a live conversation with Fuentes, and she wasn't reading off a teleprompter the whole time. Like, I think you have to be pretty, something is going on in your mind that's not putting the world together well. Well, I guess actually I argue with my audience a lot on this. In terms of like, I think this is an intelligent person. I'm just like, no, they're dumb. Usually when men say this, especially about women, it's because they don't do science, science, tech, or engineering or math or whatever. But Candace is an intelligent person. For whatever you want to say about her, she's not stupid.
By the state's evidence, those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended, and that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take
before
an
we
ad
come
break.
back?
break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break, and we'll
The people watching on the PBD channel voted that Andrew Wilson was winning at different points throughout the debate. Okay, well, his audience is at least showing up more than Candace's. Although there are questions, and this is so hard because everybody bots. It's hard to know whose audience is real on anything these days, you know? When I did the modern day debate event, there was a decent crowd there. I don't know anybody that was there. Would you say 200 people? And I feel like the majority of them were Andrew Wilson fans, and this is in Dallas. So it feels like, I don't know if Andrew bots his stuff or not, maybe he does, but he does have some legitimate following. I don't know for Candace Owens if her stuff is about it or not. I know that she is really popular, but also the viewership that her channel does is pretty fucking insane. So it's hard to know how much is real versus not real.
be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately, but what's even more compelling are the stories from people who say it completely changed their lives. One example starts with a woman named Natalia. She sat across from her medical team and got an ultimatum most of us will never have to hear. Aggressive chemotherapy, steroids for life, or amputation.
They are dumb. You just value intelligence differently to other people. Most people don't think it's intelligent to believe in conspiracy theories or say absolutely anything or say absolutely against the data retard takes that have no business in reality. Having terrible heuristics, in my opinion, makes you not intelligent. Candace Owens does not have bad heuristics, though. Candace Owens fools other people that have bad heuristics. I think there's a difference. I think she knows she's lying on every single thing she says. She absolutely is aware that she is telling a fucking lie. 100%.
Are zero upfront fees, and you may even delay up to 2 mortgage.
Damn, these 3-minute breaks are many minutes.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas.
Wow, so
I'm just
nice.
going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions.
What heuristic do you have to tell if someone is lying or not? I mean, like, it really depends on the circumstances, depends on the thing. So, like, a thing that I've applied specifically to Candace Owens, one way that you can tell if people are lying, intentionally or not, is you can tell, well, lies are always intentional, or if they're just wrong, is you can tell by the way that they lie. So, for instance, but the big thing that I felt for Candace Owens was when she gets pressed on conspiratorial shit that she's saying, she starts to qualify and tread insanely carefully around the things that she's saying. One of the most compelling things I saw of this, I'm not gonna, what was the conversation she had? There was a woman who was asking her about the Tyler Robinson stuff, and Candace said something to the effect of, I know that Tyler Robinson was not the one that killed Charlie Kirk. I have sources in the FBI, or something like that. And the woman was like, you have somebody in the FBI who told you that Tyler Robinson wasn't the shooter? And then she said, I have sources in the FBI. So she restated a thing, knowing that it gives the impression that the source is telling her one thing, but she's not actually clearly saying that the source is telling her one thing. And she knows that's what she's being asked. So the statement she's given might actually be a true statement, but it's not actually responsive to the question being asked. When people lie in this way, they're not just deluded. They're being very intentional and very crafty with the way they speak. And she does this, I think, quite a bit. Fuck, I wish I could remember the interview. It was one of the things I've seen was like, just she's absolutely fucking lying. Like, it's very intentional. Yeah.
I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lab and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some
but
questions.
you literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this
you.
is a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a
okay,
meta
so now
debate.
we're transcending. Like, let's use a
I mean,
word,
there's no-
to use
there's
a
no-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying.
What are we talking about,
but this is what you're doing, right? So this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am I
of
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is a
going to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Like, here's an interesting question that I would have, and maybe she addressed this, or maybe it's been addressed and we just didn't hear it here, or maybe Andrew asked and I missed it. It sounded like she was saying that she had sources from a family that were giving her information. Was it the Twiggies or the Twigglies or whatever? That she had information that was being given to her, like through the family or anonymously or something. I would have asked, did you offer this to the defense? Did you take this and give this to Robinson's legal team? Because it sounds to me like you have information that might be valuable or exculpatory or helpful to them. I would ask that. She might just say yes or no, but I'd be curious to hear the answer. That'd be crazy if not. Is Candace just an evil person who sees an opportunity to monetize these crazy conspiracies, or is she crazy and believes it? No, she's an evil person.
I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know,
going to
and
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I
okay,
get it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause
Usually in a debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept saying
questions,
I'm Joe
with the
Rogan.
answers.
They had no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just talk about
actually,
transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway,
She hasn't given any evidence, by the way. She's just like tried to poke holes in his.
correct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were.
So that would be
I don't know what you mean. We can't say for certainty. We could say there's evidence on there that it's all circumstantial, right? We can say that, like, because it sounds like she said there were other prints and his was degraded, but it was there, right? Now that doesn't necessarily mean this isn't dispositive, meaning it doesn't say 100% that a crime was committed. We know that he did it, or whatever. But like, I don't know why she's not owning anything now. You know,
the context of which they spoke about those things.
so no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were.
So that would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can't say that for certainty.
If your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
we're
there-
she's so annoyed.
We're definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a
This
debate.
is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your.
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
Let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told.
Oh, do you see that? She didn't make an FBI report then? Do you see? She just did that thing. I reported it to the correct officials in government. The fuck does that mean? There's a channel by which you would report things, but it sounds like she has like either a friend who works there or is just making something up. Like, oh, it's like a military guy who is not at all anything having to do with local domestic enforcement or investigation or anything else. Like, or yeah, talk to like a congressman's aide or something. Yeah, that was a lie. I wonder if Andrew picks up on these. Hold on.
I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
To Tulsi Gabbard's office, the director of national intelligence. Okay, I don't know why, but okay, if that's
well,
even
it was
Positive
told,
evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office, and that.
Really? Like through Giuliani or one of his personal lawyers, or like the office of the White House? Really? I'm not sure.
That's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds, and they go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
well,
I
it
just want to make
does-
sure I got it clear.
and that-
Couldn't he just ask her? Oh, I guess he's just saying the evidence was that a guy in the French government told her that. Like, if that's true, and again, I don't think this is another problem with a lot of the slopulists and a lot of the MAGA people and a lot of, it's like nobody really knows how the government works. Nobody really knows how anything works anywhere. Like this is like, I don't know, everybody thinks it's an action movie. Why would even if there was some attempt being made on Candace's life by the Legion thing or whatever, why the fuck would an individual person in the French government go to Candace Owens and say that? Why wouldn't you go to somebody in the US government and say that? Why wouldn't you collaborate with your international, whatever agreements, agencies, intelligence, like why wouldn't you go through those channels? Why would you go to the individual that's theoretically being targeted? Like that's stupid for 20 trillion different reasons,
That's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly.
I see the link I was looking for. Thank you. I've opened it. I don't need you to link it 2 million times. I see the links in chat. Please stop.
Trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me?
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context?
She's so mad.
For what you're talking about,
too.
like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved. Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since
motive is not, this is such a cringe fucking, this is like fucking Babby's first move. We don't have a motive. We can't possibly do this. She has no evidence, right? Also, you remember, psychologically speaking, you tend to lead with your strongest arguments. We just do that as humans. You lead with your strongest things usually. And now so he asks, do you have any evidence of this? And she's already like, there's some weird stuff.
Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I...
Actually, you know what? I also know that Andrew he's got some issues here, like in terms of how he approaches these topics, because why the fuck would he think that PBD was a good person to contact as a moderator here? I wonder if, has Andrew commented on that? Did Candace make that a requirement? Because PBD is a retarded conspiracy theorist, so why the fuck would you want him, of all people, moderating this debate?
I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive.
She's just filibustering now. So she realized nothing.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that, everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved.
Oh my God.
Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carol
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe there were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, he was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive.
It is. I don't know how you would. I don't know what you call these types of statements. Where you say like, it is definitively a thing we would like to see explored, right? Or I can say with 100% certainty that there's some weird stuff around Charlie Kirk's assassination. I know it to be a fact that there might be more information out there, like these like weird like you give these like absolute adjectives, but then in the context of the statement, it's just like either a probabilistic thing or it's not applied to the claim itself. Like.
Evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I don't
positive
need to,
evidence
just
would
have
be-
a conversation.
She doesn't know what that even means. Positive means that you're looking for an actual thing offered to prove the fact of the matter. So positive would be like some piece of physical evidence or some evidence could literally be some testimony from somebody. It's just literally anything besides conjecture. Conjecture is just like, it looks weird. Like here's a collection of things and I don't know, maybe, but like, do you have a single piece of positive actual evidence that goes towards whatever you're talking about? rather than just baseless conjecture.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what we
point you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TVUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me.
She won't go on the record with anything. This is what I mean. These are the way that she answers these questions. She's operating at a very sophisticated propaganda level, right? These are very, very, very intentional statements, the way that she's talking about stuff like this.
Personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
Right,
is why
play
people
it.
think him. Involvement.
So she
If they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence. I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that,
okay,
right?
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think.
She doesn't know what that means, and she doesn't want to engage with it because she doesn't need to. And
I just tell you, yes, I think
Well,
they are
that's a
involved.
claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement, I
claim.
literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think.
Yeah,
You
you're
keep-
allowed.
somebody's tried to play this trick against me before. Like I think is a meaningless preference, or I'm sorry, it's a meaningless statement because it's basically assumed in every single thing that you say, right? Like John is a piece of shit versus I think John is a piece of shit. And it's like the second statement is not weaker than the first statement. Like when the first one you're absolutely stating, well, no, it's still your opinion. You're giving like your subjective interpretation of it. Unless you're referencing some other, like, you know, the board of pieces of shit have all determined that John is indeed on the board. Like what do you mean you think is different than, yeah, it's stupid.
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay, so-
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but,
Candace
like,
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
with
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I do.
that's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence,
to think when you think?
But if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there at 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had
I'm
full
just gonna tell you
confidence.
something.
No,
My
yeah,
sis-
let me finish.
Oh my God.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think.
He's not ready, dude. These are my personal private thoughts. You don't get any access to them. You only have to deal with my conclusion, of which I'm never going to justify to you because I'm not making it a fact. I'm just saying I think. Holy shit, the ultimate debate strategy.
I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed.
Oh, and she's like kind of sort of right, but like she's just doing the Andrew Wilson, but better to Andrew Wilson.
Pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our
These
debate
are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete
But
substance of the debate.
no, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind that you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well, and so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice. I
to
just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
just wanna know.
And to say you're not allowed to say that. You
can say whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said it.
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking-
like you are
I'm
disputing it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when
why
this is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is?
No.
No, we didn't talk about positive evidence. I can't believe that he agreed to a debate of this level with this much money, $300,000, and didn't like fucking iron out the rules. And the fucking moderator that he picked is a fucking retard. Also, as a quick thing, because somebody in chat did bring this up, I'm sorry. Let me clarify in terms of intelligence. I do think that Andrew is above average intelligence. I don't think he's exceptionally intelligent, though. There's a thing that happens that unfortunately can be like mind rotting, where you learn a little bit of, I call it prop logic because I haven't actually studied propositional logic, but you learn kind of the basic like logical fallacies, and you learn some propositional logic, so you can ask people, demonstrate the contradiction in a logically appropriate format or whatever, or in some syllogistic way or blah, blah, blah. If you learn enough of this, you can verbally combat your way through a ton of debates. It doesn't actually make you're not that smart. Because for a lot of it, you're kind of just dialogue treeing. And I have seen Andrew Wilson do some debates where it's pretty obvious that like he's on a hardcore dialogue tree, but when he gets pulled away a little bit from it, he starts to get very confused. Like I think the funniest example of this was the funny thing is that they posted this clip. Fuck, is it this one?
I knew from a young age that
people were going. That person believes it. So if that person believes
free will with sleeping with controlling free will.
Fuck, it's not this one. Fuck. Is it this one? Hold on. Oh my god. These are the ones I've clicked. I hate why is this coming up? Probably because I'm whatever. I don't think it's this one, no. It's not. I remember the way she looked. I remember her face. Wait, we have a linker in chat. Oh, it's this one. Okay. To prove how epic, he is, he'll ask this hypothetical to see if you can answer hypothetically how you would feel if a thing happened that hadn't happened, right? So the question is, like, how would you feel if you had eaten breakfast this morning or something, I think is the question. And the problem is that I think the woman responds, well, I did eat breakfast this morning, so she doesn't have to hypothesize it. And what Andrew should ask then is, oh, okay, well, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning? And then if she can engage with the hypothetical, she'd say, oh, well, I guess I would feel hungry, right? And that would demonstrate the ability to engage with the hypothetical. But because she answers that she doesn't have to hypothesize the hypothetical that he's asking, and it did actually happen, his mind breaks, and he can't actually navigate through the rest of the it's just a dialogue tree.
I did have one question for you, if you don't mind, just the last one. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Me?
Yeah.
If you didn't eat
I
breakfast.
didn't.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
How I feel right now because I didn't eat breakfast this morning.
Okay.
But the problem is that it's hilarious because he's testing dynamically her ability to engage with a hypothetical, right? I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. I need to see if you engage with it. But he's making that request from a dialogue tree. And then when the answer is not the one he expected, he can't engage dynamically. He only has the dialogue tree. And it's just, I don't know. This is just very funny to me. Yeah, this is very funny to me. I guess that's why he's debating Candace Owens on a thing that he didn't prepare the facts for, assuming that she would be good faith with a debate moderator who is also a conspiracy theorist. So,
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government.
Like, if he knew anything about intelligence, or if he knew anything about governments, if he knew anything at all about how the world works, I'm sorry, somebody high up in the French government, you're not even clarifying, where, in intelligence, in like an elected office, like is it a parliamentary, or like who the fuck is contacting you? Why would they contact you? Why wouldn't they just go to the U.S. government? Why would they contact you particularly? Especially if it was so important to keep them anonymous. Why would somebody high up in intelligence contact a public person with a public podcast who's known for exposing people and doing conspiracy? That doesn't pass the smell test. That's immediately bullshit. 100% that's bullshit, right? Like what? But he doesn't have an understanding of the world or how governments or anything works, so he can't even like fight on this level.
Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
Ask you, well,
this
that's
is my
not what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I'm sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it? If
I'm not
allowed
trying to
say
regulate
it?
anything. I'm asking very
you're
pertinent
sounding a
questions.
bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say,
defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3 times. I just didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to say it.
You just kind of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty... I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
How do we know that the person didn't go through the correct channels and also tell her? Well, I could tell you, but the reality is that Candace claims that somebody in the French government told her that there is some international conspiracy to try to get her killed. Okay? That's what she said. And then she says that she went to somebody in the government or whatever and reported that to Tulsi Gabbard's office or to the White House office, okay? The reality is if she was being targeted by an op, that would have been the op. It would have been a person contacting her to see how she would respond. It would be her getting played. Because why would you ever, if something was happening, why would you risk anything? There's just so many bad things that can come from that. From telling somebody something like that. You would just never do it. It's inconceivable through any normal, ordinary means. Unless maybe the person themselves is a conspiracy theorist or whatever else. It's just not, it's highly unbelievable, highly unlikely. You would need an exceptional set of facts to explain why this would ever happen.
I would still, on this...
My contact goes to a different school. You wouldn't know them.
Let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared.
But I would still, on this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for you.
same higher up tell you that he was
to
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was in...
I'm catching up, but why does he seem like she's partnering or supporting Candace on this? I feel like I don't know if she actually believes in the things around Charlie's death, or if she is just trolling. I can't tell. I don't know. I don't ask her about it. I don't talk about that. That's her life. Okay.
Involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
I have this information,
Sure.
and of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about
That's not weird, by the way. That's super normal. Like when you give over complaints or whatever like this, they're not going to follow up with you. Why the fuck? Maybe if you have a really good relationship with I'm speaking a little out of my ass, but like if you have a good relationship with the officer or whoever you were in contact with, maybe they'll say like, hey, we followed up on this, or like, hey, nothing came of this. Maybe they might say it. But especially when it comes to intelligence-related stuff, the thing is that once something enters an intelligence apparatus, it is just by virtue of being involved in some projects, just by virtue of getting information from some projects, it's automatically going to become classified. And then all of the information produced with relation to that will automatically be classified at varying levels depending on the type of thing that's being talked about. So for them to come down to you and to go from the... what do you call it? High side to low side? What are the terms so I can sound smart or whatever? To take something from a classified environment and then declassify it essentially in the form of an email to a civilian, you would just never do this. You would never do this. It just doesn't make any sense. This is stupid.
Maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
You're not going to know though. You would never know. Intelligence is not going to tell you what their work is. Like, and we can even think about this. You can even, if you don't act like a fucking retard, you can just logic your way through this like very easily, right? Okay, I've got a friend who is working as an ISIS member, and he's about to do a big terrorist attack in the UK. I wonder if they know anything about this. I'm going to make an anonymous tip in like a city that is, 300 kilometers away to the FBI, and then I make the tip, and I kind of use some details that are close to my friend, and then I'm going to follow up with them 2 weeks later, and they're going to say, oh, just letting you know, we check everything. No, we don't know anything that's going on in that area. We think all of it is clear. Hey, thanks for letting me know, FBI. Now I'll go tell this guy over here, or CIA or whatever. I'm going to go tell this guy over here, oh, you're good to go. They don't know anything. You would just, there are so many reasons that we can conceive of that you would never communicate, like high side to low side. You never go from a classified environment to just sending emails to civilians about your intelligence investigation. It's just never going to happen. It's so immediately stupid. If you know anything about how any of this works, it's so immediately stupid that this would ever happen.
Email was, I've been told
I have information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I have a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information as
can I ask
possible.
a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say we did. That's their position.
That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case,
Yes.
because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that,
Why Donald Trump himself is going to personally investigate it? Like, what are we saying here? Oh my God.
Obviously, you don't have to leak your sources here.
What's the link between Candace and France? I'm going to be honest. I haven't followed it, but if I had to guess, it's because she, for some reason, claims that Macron's wife is a man. And so my guess is that she's claiming that the French legionnaire, which I don't even know what the fuck this is. It sounds like a salmonella poisoning, is trying to murder her to cover up the fact that Macron's wife is a man or something. And so they're after her for, I don't know.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never
I think those are two different things. That's more something
totally
I'm
different
asking.
claims.
Why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source.
probably didn't think it was actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on.
It doesn't matter. Even if you're never going to know. All three people here that all do media, that all talk about international stuff, that all talk about U.S. politics, and not a single person here has any fucking concept of how anything like this would work. But these people are all so confident in the Hunter Biden laptop story, and that Russiagate was fake, and that COVID-19 was a conspiracy theory, and that Fauci and Wuhan and Hunter Biden, and nobody knows even just the most basic. It's just so crazy, the lack of GED level education on anybody that does politics right now. It's so fucking insane to me, dude. Jesus Christ.
Within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA and had a relationship with Charlie? No, her relationship. This isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but we don't know who the source is. We don't know any of this.
Then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your guys?
There's no guarantee they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
Could they? They didn't come get the information. More.
They didn't get what? So you actually didn't give them any of the information? What do you mean? Well, even if this is true, they would just go to the officer that reported it, right? From France. I don't know. This is retarded.
For the information, it was a long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has got nothing to do with the debate. This is more on.
Well, I sent the email, assuming that you kept saying you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send
especially
the
because this was at a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
This isn't even. I texted. Oh my God, fuck off. Oh my God. They're gonna ask you for the information and then that's it. You might never hear from them again. It's just I don't know why I keep repeating this. Is fucking retarded.
So actually, it was three.
That's true. Even in a law enforcement capacity, they might not tell you shit. That's ignoring the fact that this is intelligence. But even in a law enforcement capacity, they might not be able to tell you anything specific about what they followed up on. Investigations could stay open for a long time.
Let me ask
the
one question.
Executive Office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so the follow up to that is the following: if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were saying the French foreign. That person, as a part of it, was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that day.
I'm surprised they called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? I've never made a report with the federal
Let me
government.
ask one question. Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to. I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this,
I think
we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, when in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had, is that they won't even explore anything else that's going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police.
Surely they would tell you something if your life depends on it, like take you into protection, or well, only if it's something they would have to act on, then they might, yeah. But they're not just gonna like no, like an officer is not gonna email you back and just like, hey, just your life might be in danger. Good luck, right? Like if they feel like they have to take you into protective custody or something, then maybe. Because just think about it, like I hate to say think about this logically or reasonably, but like just imagine the potential scenarios where you are trying to do an investigation. And now you're just giving information about your investigation over to the person that you got a tip from. This could compromise so much of whatever it is you're trying to do. They might say something publicly that jeopardizes it. They might tip off somebody now, and you don't have the ability to gather. Like there's so many ways that could go wrong. Where you wouldn't just want a person submitting tips to you to now be running out there publicly with all this information.
Sheriff's offices that were departments that were involved that day all believed there was a conspiracy, down to the U.S. Marshals believed there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources?
Well, the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Hang on, I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done. How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all?
He's completely lost. Like he's just in the he's like philosophy broing kind of now, right? Trying to make like arguments. I'm sorry. The last time I'll say this. I just can't believe he didn't do any fact preparation for this. It's so crazy to me.
The marshals believe it's a conspiracy. The police believe it's a conspiracy. Everybody believes it. How would that legitimize?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch the content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
well,
saying what I think
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're okay. So
Andrew Cole that should be in this chair. He's not.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Cole, but his position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing's funny
people
is
act like I'm
I
ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated?
Would you have been up for debating the Charlie Kirk shit with Candace if offered? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would debate her on almost anything, just because, especially conspiracy theory related, because I think she's one of the most harmful people in media. But I also would have watched all of the preliminary stuff or whatever's in trial so far, and I would have a much better case prepared than Andrew, who I guess thought he could wing it.
Had foreknowledge of, or
I said this before, and I'll say it again, and maybe I'm just lucky in that I've got like the right set of life experiences to understand this, but when you watch somebody perform anything at a very, very, very high level, almost everything that you're doing almost everything that you're doing is stuff that is just like rote memorization. There's very little novel play. There's very little novelty, very little dynamic, like new types of things happening in any ultra competitive environment. It's just a matter of like who can execute better on the things that they've practiced over and over and over and over and over and over again. Sometimes I think for amateurs or for people outside of a thing, they think that they're watching, like you said, like for chess, like an ultra high battle of wits where every move is a new move and who knows what's going on. And it's like these people have like memorized these games and openings out to, I don't know, whether out in chess, had dozens of positions or whatever. You're not seeing very much like novel stuff going on, just who can execute really well on like a hardcore, rigid set of fundamental behaviors. I say that because like this, as far as I'm aware, this carries over into every single aspect of life where a person can become very adept at a particular thing. It shows a fundamental misunderstanding of what it means to be good at a thing, to think that you can waltz into that environment and just outperform the opposition using some kind of like on your feet thinking strategy. And it seems like that's what Andrew Wilson tried to do. Again, I think Candace Owens is insane. I think she's a conspiracy theorist, but like you would have to pay her the respect of she's like one of the largest media figures in the world, maybe the largest media figure in the world that pushes these types of conspiracy theories. You would have to assume that she knows what she's doing, that she could defend them. So I just don't know. I just can't believe that it takes a high level of arrogance to think you could just step into this environment and wing it.
Facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think
pickle?
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does that mean?
Does
that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned. I would at this phase. I would.
What?
Okay,
so
what does that mean?
Does
that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example.
My God.
They gave back the backpack.
Stupid.
They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive.
What $100 million incentive?
Oh my God. Is there some life insurance conspiracy thing or something, or that because they fundraised money?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to
Yeah,
factor.
but what was
Your team wants to play video. If you don't mind, there's a video.
Oh, the incentive was to what? Breaking news. Trump on Iran. Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. Okay. Ah, Jesus.
Like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
Your team wants to play video. If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not.
He wants out so bad. Is he allowed to? Apparently, she made the agreement or whatever. They agreed that there'd be no smoking. Is he at least allowed to like choose ins or something? Because that's got to be rough as well. You can always tell when somebody isn't confident in their argument too, when they're happy to be saved from it. It's like that guy, PBD just cut him off saying we have a video to show, and Andrew didn't want to finish his line of thought because he was already not confident in it. Jeez.
Believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Yeah. I'll just ask
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May,
You don't choose ins, they sit in your mouth. Yeah, that's what I said. You
which
misheard.
is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So
Oh my God, dude. She's nimble.
you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence.
Okay, well, tell me, what does that mean?
Chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? He says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty.
Our people, is she talking about the prosecutor's office? That is absolutely not how that works. You would definitely have evidence beforehand. You wouldn't just arrest somebody or indict somebody and hope that you can find it later on. I mean, like you could do like an initial charge, I guess, because you don't want them to flee or whatever. But like they have reason to believe they can win a case before they start indicting people.
And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss. That's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, there's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing
it. When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told about. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, they're.
I think you give Candace and Lorenz too much credit for being nimble. When your goal is to obscure, it becomes much easier to pick very specific words and to give you yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not trying to say that like you need to be like the best person in the universe to do this, but like our current media environment is just so dog shit that nobody ever seems able to call any of these people out on what they're doing. Whether that's because they're complicit, because they stand to gain financially from having friendly relationships with these people, or because just as dumb as I would say Candace or Taylor Lorenz is, everyone else in the media environment is even dumber, but I don't know.
I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. Like, I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Eric.
They got engaged like 14 days after meeting each other. He's like a British national. Her story for that is so fucking weird. Everything about this woman's life is incredibly fucking weird. She's a foreign op, 100%.
And him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica,
So,
per se.
so the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
You want to
well,
interrupt, go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what do you think she's complicit in?
Yeah, so when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff.
man.
Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what,
what-
what dramatically
Oh,
transformed
man.
your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile.
And now he's on the defense again. She hasn't had to put forth a single compelling story, or an exhaustive, like a story from start to finish for how it happened, whatever she's claiming happened. She hasn't had to put together anything for it, and now he's back on the defense again.
about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is,
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters, I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened, just to let you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went
Debate
down and did some
training.
debate. That's the
Jesus
first time I ever met anybody at
Christ.
TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Well,
that
I just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly...
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know.
and don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
they
know
just
where
don't
you-
have they don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
If they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to answer
question. Do you
questions,
have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded
claim?
that. It's not evidence.
No?
You're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well, I
to
never
register
met
as
the chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough
yeah,
to
do
see
you
through
think,
that?
Do you think that if
Like,
you
talking
know
about terrible PR?
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up, that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for," and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like to take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, "Hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this," they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done is demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you
hour
ever
and a half
been-
about
hang
everything
on,
you've ever
have
said
you ever
about
been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical
asking
about
you.
her.
But I'm asking you. Isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah.
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars
Okay.
and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan
man,
and you're
dude.
like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is-
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But
I
you
don't-
still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica.
Like this is a world where wherever they're fighting in now, like this is just a fight over, I guess, like Andrew's credibility and stuff. Like Andrew has absolutely nothing to gain from being dragged down to this fight here. I think this is pretty fucked. How much longer is this? An hour?
His husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why should we take the organization
No,
over?
it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Because
You wanna
they don't have a
protect-
parent. They don't have a
you wanna
parent and they
protect-
just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find something
The legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both.
All the far left are now acting like Crowley. Literally, all the far left are now acting Crowley. I don't know, attacking, you mean?
Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that there by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Jesus. Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's
your
like
team
you
is
have an answer
asking.
to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this,
these clips are not helping Andrew. He's oh my god, I'm so triggered that he just didn't prepare for this at all, dude.
Went on the Erica Kirk topic. We can spend some time on that as well. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
That was a retarded statement. But
that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it.
You guys remember that when they were like, when Eric was like, the Erica woman is a demon, dude. All these people are demons, which is what also makes this kind of funny. When Eric was like, the doctor said that Charlie's bones were so dense that his spine stopped the bullet from going through and hurting anyone else. So even in his last moments in life, he was throating it to protect the people around him. Like,
okay, they panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Who do you believe that?
I don't really understand how this part of the conversation would go better if Andrew Wilson looked into the Charlie Kirk evidence research. It looks like he's still getting rhetorically fucked here, even on a part of the debate outside the purview of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Well, because she has like she's got like a whole narrative and a story that she's like been pounding from every angle over and over and over again. And Andrew really doesn't have one. And I think that one of the funny things about like just everything in life or whatever is like, I don't want to say that he's racist or misogynistic, but I wonder if Candace would have been a white man, I wonder if Andrew would have prepared more for this. Candace is she's working with a lot more horsepower here than Andrew is. I don't know if I've ever seen Andrew perform well in like a dynamic exploring new territory debate before. Like a lot of what he does is heavy dialogue tree stuff and then trying to catch people at these like prop logic traps. Even on like the whatever podcast, it's like this is generally like how he functions. So him getting dragged out away from any of the facts and then having to fight on like his reputation over here, I just think Candace is going to be outperforming him here over almost every time, which is why it's learning the substance of the law would have been better for him. But I mean, like, it helps that she has a compelling narrative that she's built here, too, and then she could just hit him. She obviously did her research on him in terms of, like, oh, so you were contacting Erica Kirk. Oh, you knew this about this, and oh, blah, blah, blah. Like,
there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like, you're just like, it's completely out of context.
Wait, but I didn't prepare the clips, but...
Yeah, I think,
you didn't prepare the clips?
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it, but... in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car.
Tips on improving that dynamic realm and avoiding dialogue trees. Sometimes people like writing down dialogue trees is important, especially when I mean, you just have to have a lot of debates, but they have to be like high quality debates where you're like legitimately and genuinely exploring conversations with people, and you're not just trying to hardcore railroad them down certain dialogue trees, because then as soon as you can't do that anymore, now you've had no practice in that realm, right?
That this very much does.
Do you think Andrew thinks how better other people might be at debate than him, or do you think he thinks he can get by playing his word games? I genuinely don't know. I'm not sure in terms of the intuitive feeling I have is that people generally don't have a good view of where they're at in the world. that the Dunning-Kruger thing, that people of lower competency tend to overestimate how competent they actually are. People of higher competency tend to underestimate their competency. I mean, he sells a $500 debate course, and I think he might market himself as like the best debater in the world. So I don't know. Maybe he does think that way. I don't know.
That.
Do you think dialogue tree debates are necessarily bad faith? No, not really. Especially if it's two smart people. Then you have to run down a dialogue tree very quickly to get to the foundation of your disagreement, and then you can start having an authentic back and forth.
Inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I said at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm
on Joe Rogan, he said he has more experience debating people on the internet than anyone alive. Okay.
Walking them through John Bray's theory, if we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this. It was just not interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I said at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory, if we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory,
I think John Bray's theory should be explored, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam.
In other debate spaces, people like Andrew are called Phil Bros. They generally know enough prop logic to throw around fancy words, but don't genuinely understand philosophy. True, I agree with that. This is always one of my big criticisms of the Ask Yourself Discord, and for people like Avi. Like, I think Avi and Isaac are smart enough that they can navigate those conversations. But I feel like a lot of the people sometimes that those types of servers produce can't. So they end up just coming out as like little debate warriors.
Okay,
and it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. Mm-hmm. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. Mm-hmm. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
My wife's
for every person,
sisters that come into town. But I just want to say that it seems like Andrew Wilson's getting kind of raped in this.
Kind of destroyed. Yeah, I agree. But rip.
Cooked. Bye.
That you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was...
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed in his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? It doesn't make sense to me. And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Mm-hmm. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table.
Nothing he says is going to convince her or be compelling to her here.
And then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that, so it's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. You didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because I'm going to tell you how projectiles work. He's not even going to I guarantee you this guy's not even going to disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of the way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
shirt,
shirt,
bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displays air, it's where it disperses the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
A bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
the shirt.
It starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
No, he's sinking. He's sinking. Oh, he's got to get back up. He was sinking in the chair.
That's not true.
It's not.
Oh,
we
no.
obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Oh, no.
Come
back up. Come up.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purpose of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Next video.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to. He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very fast.
Yeah, that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be explosives. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Oh man,
I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about ethos because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it.
Oh, how many cigarettes are you smoking on this break? Whew.
DNA.
And
all right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then
man, none of these have done anything for him. It doesn't feel like it.
I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part.
Did we? Okay.
So
that's scary.
The two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twigs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I feel
the
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this, and I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robbins.
How come you have such an unfair, bad reputation as a debater, that you talk over people, argue semantics, use rhetorical tricks, when you don't have a point, talk fast, and Andrew doesn't have a similar reputation despite using actual bad faith rhetorical tricks? I don't know if Andrew... I'm not trying to lowbrow anybody, but I don't think Andrew is quite the size that I am, or I guess was, because people don't fucking debate now, in terms of people knowing him as a debater. So people just haven't gotten the chance to make that claim. Like, how many large, well-known people has Andrew debated? So I would say that's probably one part of it. I would say that's probably the larger part of it, because there are probably people that make these claims of Andrew, like my community does, but it's just not a lot of other people know about him in terms of like people who could make those claims, you know?
And so we don't know yet if
probably just comes out of that, actually.
his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica, you could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, for questioning at least Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increased.
You also, on like a macro level, this is a boring thing to even analyze. Maybe someone else will do more. But like, if you were to take a big like macro analysis of this debate too, one of the issues is that Andrew has built nothing. He's built no facts to any, like, he hasn't used any facts to build a big narrative. He doesn't have any compelling like through line to this debate right now. So what you would want is you would want to get somebody to commit to a position or say things and then use clips to either reinforce your narrative or to tear down their credibility for their narrative. But because he hasn't been able to build anything, it just seems like he's kind of like, here's a clip. And then she gives like an okay enough response, and then nothing comes of it. And then he's like, okay, well, here's the next clip. And then it's like, okay, can you defend this one? And dynamically, like, she's going to be able to defend anything that Andrew throws at her if he doesn't have anything that he's thought through on any of this. Because keep in mind, too, there's another reason why, like, for these big debates, you have to prepare, is because you know that Candace has gotten pushback on this shit, right? You can't possibly think that she's not going to have anything prepared for any of this. You'd have to be so arrogant. But the more that I think about it now, actually, based on what that one chatter just asked me, like, why doesn't Andrew have, a bad reputation like I do for being an evil debater and everything? I think actually a big problem is Andrew doesn't have a lot of large figure debate experience, unless there's like a big era of his debates that I'm forgetting or something. So he probably does have a really overinflated sense of how well he can perform in tougher environments. That might actually be a big thing at play here. And he's kind of like a big fish in a very small pond, and he thought that he could just step into the ocean and then go toe-to-toe with Candace, and now he's like, especially, and he got, the funny thing too is, in a way, he kind of got hustled on this. He paid $300,000 to her for her to dog walk him. What is the actual goal of this? I think he wanted to have an aggressive debate with her where he could show the world that she was full of shit on her conspiracies. But he just wasn't ready for it.
Inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
The straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's a show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like,
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned.
Oh my God, that was one of the worst but best things also I've ever seen in my entire life, because it reminded me of for the very few times. this is my ADHD brain. Okay, I'm sorry, but there is like a euphoria that when you study for a test and then you actually, the stuff that you studied is like in the questions. And I'm like, oh my God, studying is such a great idea. And then I would never do it again. But the Vosh, when Vosh went to debate that one guy over the trans stuff, and I remember telling my audience ahead of time, it's like, this guy is a PhD. So in some ways, he's going to be smart and that's scary. But in another way, this guy has written a paper on exactly what he's debating. So we can actually just read the paper and look at all the arguments that he's making and then try to think of the best argument to counter. Because if you can't counter the argument in the paper, well, then you're mega fucked, right? Because he's going to know more than what he just put in the paper. But the funny thing was that I think in his paper he had he had like 4 or 5 pro-trans arguments that he dispatched in the paper itself, and Vosh like walked through all of those where he was giving the argument, and it was funny that we read his paper beforehand, because then we could see like, oh my God, Vosh is bringing this up. We know that he already has a counter for this. He literally addressed it, in the paper that he's written on this, and yeah, that was not good.
still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't
been? No, actually. That would be a great thing for the spokesperson.
I'm also surprised that Candace didn't seize more on Andrew when Andrew said, I didn't prepare these clips. That's also really weird. And it's also bad strategy. If you would have done more legal research, imagine like trying to do a deposition and you weren't even familiar with the exhibits. You didn't do any of the prep for it at all. I mean, you're going to have like, you'll have your junior associates, whatever the fuck you call them. They're probably, assuming you're at a decent sized law firm, they're probably doing the lion's share of the work, but you have to be familiar with your exhibits, right? You wouldn't imagine you're in a deposition asking questions like, okay, I don't know shit about this. I didn't prepare this shit. I don't know. Like, it's you're the one conducting the interview, dog. Like, you have to know what the fuck you're talking about. What the fuck?
Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why do they,
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling from my show.
I think a big part too is that he's only known as a debater, but you are treated as a gamer to discredit your knowledge. Maybe some people do that. I think another thing that probably helps is that Andrew doesn't debate many things that would upset people because Andrew doesn't debate many things in the realm of like material fact. It's all just kind of like philosophy stuff. Philosophy in air quotes there. So like people will dislike me because I'm debating strong things related to like conspiracy theories or, like SARS-CoV-2 or Russiagate or whatever stuff where there's like, we have like real facts that we can get into and have big disagreements on. Whereas he's talking about like Christian theology and force doctrine and divine command theory and everything. It's just like, well, okay, well, who's really gonna get triggered at this? So people just don't have that strong of an opinion on it. Maybe.
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
why do they,
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever.
You can, but if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your entire
filling the air
if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. if the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because Turning Point's like, we want
to
make sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like...
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks and because I might not remember something or I do remember something.
Yeah, I don't think Candace hasn't played a single one on her side, right?
Saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
fair.
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew to try to
expressly said that I was going to bring claims.
We did not. No, when you said you were going to bring claims that you want me to speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to. Which
oh, she did play the one guy who supposedly killed Osama bin Laden, the SEAL team guy. True. But it wasn't a clip of Andrew, but that's right. Okay.
Before in an email, any clips you want to share with us, send it over. Let's just start a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. That's
not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange. That's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context lists with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of. Hang on. There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, we were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I said.
We got through,
and like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception is your Turning Point's horse. I think quite a few of them were. Was there 3 Ericas or 4?
So you're just making stuff up?
Can we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
it was 3.
3. Okay,
yeah,
3. I said 4.
But those are extraordinary claims, which is why you're asking
okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility when I point out yours. No, they're not claims. When you tweet Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim, and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue-in-cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you'd like to.
Well, your team has one more clip they want to play.
One more.
Okay, they got one more clip.
We were getting into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica, so
100%.
This is absurd.
Okay. And this is the one you were saying from 7 days ago. Okay, while they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Are we
not really? I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond
can't.
to you.
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
Wait, is the contract that they're talking about, is that public? Like what the terms were of this? It must be, right? I would imagine it has to be, right?
I'm able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like...
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like we've done everything Andrew wanted to so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or no?
He said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
Oh, man.
You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
You need
Your team told me they had it, so
that's what I heard. Okay, there
come on, guys.
Did this crime, okay? Because Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the belt. Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle. And to be clear, Lance Twiggs' DNA was not as degraded as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
No, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already, that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we should show that text
new?
message that you read,
Did
just
wanna
because
share
I think
that?
that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct. I'll show it on my show.
Oh,
but
man.
That's what I'll do. I'll show it on my show.
Can I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, it's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there.
So there's a huge disagreement between Kyla and Rachel, and I don't know when this came up initially, but it has to do with whether or not like Andrew is likable. And for some reason, Rachel and Kyla have gotten, and then Andrew have gotten into big disagreements over like the likability, and they've pointed out that like, oh, Kyla is not very likable or whatever. That's a huge issue with her. And I think depending on the environment, she can be likable or can't be likable. It depends on. Sometimes she's a little aggressive for sure, but Andrew dramatically overestimates his like appeal or charm sometimes. Like, I think that he thinks that he's far more likable than he actually is. And part of the reason why is because he's in like environments that are usually pretty favorable to him. So when Candace here is saying that like the snark is not playing well for him, like it can, but the reason why the snark isn't serving him very well here is because he hasn't actually made his case at all, right? This is the thing I talk about a lot. You have to kind of like, you have to earn your snarky moments. You know, if you're doing really well in a debate, or especially if the other person is leading with some bullshit, and then you counter that with your own kind of like snarky quips or whatever, if it feels earned, then it usually hits really hard. But if you lead with it, or if you're being snarky, and you haven't even made a compelling argument, then you just seem salty, and that's not a very good look. It's not a very powerful look for you. And I would say I don't feel like Andrew's done the best job at making his case. So when he's snarky, he just comes off as salty and weak rather than like domineering and he's like owned.
Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick?
Oh, he doesn't even know. Dude, you should get mad at, if you're an Andrew Wilson fan, and for some reason you're watching me, you should be mad at Ryan Mullally, because he's a lawyer, right? Supposedly. So why would you not like read anything? Like, none of the questions that you have about anything having to do with criminal procedure, none of these things are going to be confusing. All of this is because it's crime and criminal procedure. It's played out millions or billions of times throughout all of the courts in the United States. So if you ever see a thing, like imagine I pick up a book and imagine I'm learning I'm learning Python. And imagine in like 3 weeks, I go to Jader and I'm like, man, the way that Python does functions, I don't know anything about, and I'm like, it's really bad actually. I think they could do it way more efficiently, right? It would be like, how the fuck would you know? You fucking retard. You don't know anything about this. Why would you assume? Do you assume it's arbitrary and all the millions of programmers and all the languages and everything else, that there's no reason for why this functions the way that it does? For who's been charged with what? Why are they doing a thing in a courthouse? Why is a thing allowed in a preliminary hearing? There's going to be really, 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 really good answers for all of this. We are built in a common law system. Our legal theories are built around the iterative process of doing law and practicing law over and over and over again. All the answers are going to be very clear and obvious. None of this should be confusing.
tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
I mean, like, that's a fair thing to say.
The question, you're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like, can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter. You can really, this is a great gotcha.
No, you just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat, so please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
It would be more qualified, probably, right? And I don't know if even for this particular one would,
Doesn't even, this is like...
Name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay,
I can do that.
name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence
So
in the state of
No,
that's
it's going to be a qualifier, yeah.
That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters.
Like, if she can even get like 5 of them, it looks so bad. Why would he feel confident? She asked the question. Why would he think that she would ask a question like that she wouldn't be able to answer? That because that's the thing that Andrew would do. Maybe she can't though, because she is acting a little bit, it seems like she's not trying to answer the question. But if she can name even 5 of them, oh no.
And shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
And I'm going to say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am on a no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges though?
That is them. Obstruction.
That's the charge. That's going to be the charge. USC, whatever bullshit, or it might be written in. It's not going to be. It won't be citing federal statutes. Probably it's going to be citing Utah statutes or whatever. But that would probably be the
justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No, just
oh no!
The charges and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Oh no, Andrew! Time to leave. This is where you start coughing and you say, "I have stage 4 lung cancer. Sorry, guys, I'm gone from the internet." Oh no! Oh man!
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder.
This might be the most expensive mommy dommy pay for play in the history of all the internet. I will pay you $300,000 to dom me live in front of 1 million people. You've got everything you could ever want. She's smarter, the race play angle, he's married, so the Rachel cuck queening, like this is just, it is unbelievable to me that he would have done this debate for such a high amount of money. This might be one of the most expensive debates on the planet, technically, historically speaking. How often do people even get paid to do debates, right? Even that root claim one we watched was for $100K, which might have been the most expensive debate on the planet at that time. This might be the most expensive debate. And it's just like, what are we doing here?
You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys
Count 1, aggravated murder. Count 2, felony discharge of a firearm. Count 3 and 4, obstruction of justice. Count 5 and 6, tampering with a witness. And then count 7 is probably going to be, felony in front of a minor or something? Or what was it?
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm. Obstruction of justice.
Violent offense committed in the presence of a child.
Obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count
7 violent.
And she even had them in order.
Offense in the presence of a minor.
Child.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something I just was curious about.
Oh my god. Ah!
If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication.
Okay.
Wait, did she pull out her phone for that? Wait.
You can make me stop. And then, yeah, sure.
Name
the first charge is sure you don't.
Now name all 7. You named all 7.
See, so only one seems pretty. Is my general.
Wait, did she?
So I think what
Tyler Robinson is guilty of.
Exactly what.
Yeah, but like that's. Can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the.
Yeah.
Somebody go back and look through this. Did she ever pull out her phone? I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see her do it, but it might have been when the camera's on Andrew.
Question.
No. Try to explain the law debate.
Okay, with
not actually very compelling. Or six tampering with a
witness, third-degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. BBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You're giving me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3
Yes.
1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I have is
Oh God, he's reaching so hard.
you can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia, and that was it. I downloaded
I'll
for Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't need to like. I deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend.
didn't deeply care about the case. I just, I have my other question is about steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your questions.
So nothing there.
Yeah,
do you have the steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there's
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story that blurred that out
Mm-hmm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So
I
should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
it's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but
well,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's
is,
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information,
enough.
what happens next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his
French
assertion
legionnaires?
on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah.
What
Okay,
does
great.
that
So
mean,
then
Andrew?
your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait,
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
Splitting hairs.
You didn't know a single charge. The preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like,
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of the
That's
charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a death
ridiculous.
sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
Mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else? It would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
Okay, whoever watched it, there's no way Pisco thought that Andrew performed well in this debate, right? There's no way.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have today, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why, like I said, if you think this built up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
you were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever
Great.
you want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this, will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right.
Right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call the police. When your smartphone does it, we call it convenience. At Zero Ghost, they believe that you shouldn't have to trade your privacy for convenience. That's why.
Whether you agree with them or not, just, you know what, I had this position over here. That are watching it. All right, we are finally at the end. For those of you that are watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch this?
Pisco said that when it came to substance, Andrew won, but when it came to rhetoric and optics, Candace won. He also said Candace was strong at the beginning and end of the debate, but was weak in the middle. Okay, I don't know how you could possibly say that when Andrew didn't know any of the substance of this whatsoever. I don't know if Andrew knew anything. It sounds like Andrew came in with like 3 or 4 talking points that he's never tried to entertain a rebuttal before and had never considered a rebuttal before. So like if he had a real lawyer with him, like Ryan, who was supposed to be a real attorney, then Ryan should have like red teamed the other half of that conversation. Like Ryan should have said, okay, well, what if they say this or what if they say that? And if maybe they did and Andrew forgot all of it, but I don't know. That's just unbelievable to me how fucked this was for him.
You know what? I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having to sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts to say, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this, more than anything else, was to just demonstrate one thing. Yeah. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am.
Man.
I never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things.
She didn't use that came to me in a dream line at all, right? I'm guessing that's the thing she said probably on her fucking show because she is fucking crazy.
And that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate, zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with.
You think TPUSA paid for this debate? I can't answer any questions about anything. I don't know who. I can never tell like how retarded people are or not. Like my immediate thing would be no, because you should know that this guy is not like a person, or like like if you were to pay that much money for it, you would be invested in his prep for it, right? Like, fuck, even Finkelstein said that the Mossad was prepping me for my debate with him. Why not, why would she not be invested in his prep? No?
I wanted to go over the screwdriver, I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watches this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out, but you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right, And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply cared about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator, I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted.
Did nothing. I wonder how much he got paid for it.
But I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I trust I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful, fair from both of you. I think the audience won, and again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1 year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that it's here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace show, support the PBD podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Jesus fucking Christ. Let me run through my stuff for this. Hold on. Or links I have. Twitch makes Russian asset and co-founder of Tenant Media, Lauren Chen, a Twitch partner. Nice! Jesus, hold on. Oh, good meme. Hassan, thank you for seeing what's going on. Replying to Jola. Andrew Wilson's feelings after the debate. They had nothing and never had anything. Done. Wow, he feels like he dominated. Hold on. Jesus. The former developers of the Calamity mod will be hosting charity streams for 3 days, starting on the 15th. The goal of the event is to raise funds for the developers who were not given proper payment for their work by Ozatron. How much do they need to raise? Okay.
Don't mess this.
Oh no! They try to rig the game, but you can't fake influence.
Think it on it like that.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like what?
They not like us.
No.
They not like us.
No.
They not like us.
Hold on. I go by the name of K.
There's something so publicly funny about this being the final outcome of the song. That it's being used by a whole bunch of white girls who are great. Is that okay? Maybe. Okay. What the fuck is this? Why does he dress like a supervillain now?
Critics say that Tesla is stealing water from the region.
This region has so much water. Look around you. No, this is completely wrong. It's like water everywhere here. Does this seem like a desert to you? It's ridiculous.
That's old Tesla Gigafactory near Berlin.
What do I expect? It rains a lot.
Okay.
The socialist movement that seems to be in a way taking over the Democrat Party. Cost of living is fueling a lot of this, as you know, in this country. And despite a lot of positive economic news, there's still a feeling from a lot of people that things are too expensive. I think it's kind of fueling what we're seeing here. How do we get rid of that liability, before we vote again here in November? How do we ease that so this movement kind of dies out?
Rob, good to be with you. And look, this comes up all the time. We spent 45, 50 years fighting communism, the Soviet Union, which collapsed. Show me where it's ever worked before, whether it's the Soviet Union, Cuba, Venezuela. And these policies, you always end up with less. You always end up with less of what people want. And look, people should be upset. The Biden administration torched them. It was 21.5% unemployment, 4 or 5% loss of purchasing power.
21.5% unemployment. Jeez, that was just Biden's policies, right?
Wages didn't keep up, and for working Americans, I think the inflation level is probably 30 or 35% for things like autos, insurance, rent. And we've been trying to bring those down.
Oh no. Husky broke up with Rosanna Pansino. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Was Husky's name Mike? Is that? What happened? Damn. Big quartering coffee company update. Hi, I dropped the ball seriously. Over the past 60 days, I've taken the entirety of operations here at Coffee Brand Coffee, and the learning curve was very hard. I now personally take care of everything from fulfillment to customer service. It's just me. This is both good and bad at times, but I promise you going forward, everything will get a lot better. Like a lot. Stressed. Spelled incorrectly. During this transition, I dropped several balls. 3 balls. And I sincerely apologize. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I feel like he always has these like catastrophic things going on with this company. There's a whole YouTube series that tracks all this stupid shit relating to this. Okay. Some meme shit. This has got to be the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. This guy is openly calling on his audience to brigade community notes related to Hassan so that they can repost it on Reddit for internet points. His entire online existence revolves around Hassan. We need to go on Operation Community Note and try to note every single one of her tweets. Hell yeah, she mad. She mad. Fuck, didn't this have a community note? Or did it get unnoted?
I know we don't always see eye to eye on a lot of stuff.
Not the full screen fucking autism.
I know we don't always see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, but you have to literally, at some point, I know you don't want to do this, defend me. And not because you love what I have to say, not because I'm part of this coalition, even though I am, whether you like it or not, but you are going to inevitably have to say, this is a ridiculous conversation that we're having because the real conversation that Republicans don't want to have is the cost of living crisis. That requires you, at some point, to basically take the L a little bit, okay? And maybe be a little bit more honest about how I'm not this dangerous, toxic, radical force. I'm not expecting you to defend clips out of context or anything like that. I'm not even expecting you to defend some of these statements at all. I think you should probably attack the form. You should attack the form. You should attack the function. You should probably attack.
Oh, this is the same. Are community notes used for actual fact-checking anymore, or is it just this grievance crap? They did get rid of the note here. If a note goes away, does it come back? Is there like a fight back and forth over it?
That's awesome. What the fuck?
Yes, his son is mean and bites and is rabid, but basically he's a good dog.
Dude. Dude, what? That's kind of dope, dude. What the fuck? We got to get this printed out and framed. Wow. This is like actual boomer shit. This means like this means that boomers are all up in this. You know what I mean? Like wow. I don't think you guys understand how important political cartoonists are for my development. I've talked about it before, but like this is literally how I started learning about politics. Like political cartoons, political satire is a huge, huge part of my political development. If I were to reach the Ben Garrison level, that would be peak. If Ben Garrison gave me a mention, I probably would die. That's awesome. What the fuck? Dude.
You name. So Tom Tiffany is the guy running opposed to Crowley now in Wisconsin for governor.
Name one issue where you disagree most with her, one of the biggest issues.
Well, one of the biggest issues that we did have a disagreement on was related to the data centers. She wanted to see a moratorium.
Can you name?
So clearly the answer was cut off. We don't know what he was going to say past that. But, I mean, I guess this would be par for the course for Republicans doing fucking attack ads. Did Josiah do this too in Pisco? A lot of people attacked Wick when they retweeted Fox News, right? That was like the most evil thing in the universe, was retweeting Fox News to attack Hassan Piker.
Hello, hello.
Hi. I've got very limited time, so give me real quick, because I got to leave soon, because I got to catch a flight soon.
Then, I'll catch you later.
Oh, okay. We can talk when I get back,
though. Yeah. When will you be back?
3 days, or 2 days.
Oh, God. How much time do you have?
Like 10 minutes.
No, that's fair enough. I'll catch you later. Have a good flight.
I love you. Be careful. Bye. So, yeah, so obviously there was a lot of drama. Oh, no, I keep mixing up Soy Pill with all these people. They all are in the same world to me. Maybe the other people did or didn't. But anyway, this is a Republican attack ad on Crowley, who is the nominee now on the Democratic side. Remember when I said she was a demon? Crystal Ball quote tweets his attack ad and reinforces it. This is worse and more damaging than a cancel Thanksgiving tweet. But I'm sure all of our left-lib friends are going to be calling out Crystal Ball for just amplifying Tom Tiffany attack ads, by the way, against the person that we're supposed to all be united behind, I guess. We're supposed to be united behind this guy, right? Because it's like we're done with the primary, I guess, but maybe not. I wonder what Hassan Subreddit had to say about this. Why the fuck is Crowley giving the Republicans this dunk? 16-second clip, by the way. Because he's a corporate whore. This is his purpose. The guy's campaign was literally dead before they took out Mandela Barnes and showered the race with money. No fucking way, dude. He literally could not have given a worse answer. The sad part is, when he loses, the entire Democratic establishment will blame the left instead of his centrist-ass policies. I mean, all the campaign funds came from somewhere. Makes sense that's all he gives a toss about. Oh, cute. The Soy Pill did quote tweet her and call her out on it. Now, he got almost no engagement for it. And he'll never have a chance to confront her directly on it, but at least he did call her out on it. Meanwhile, all the usual suspects. Nathan J. Robinson retweets this attack ad. Very nice. Hassan's main editor, Austin Ox, retweets the attack ad. Very nice. Oh, all with the same talking points, too. He somehow found a worse answer than her Thanksgiving clip. Incredible. Do you live in Wisconsin or something, or a Republican? Why are you quote tweeting Tom Tiffany? This being the Republican nominee posting this is kind of essential to the point. Okay. Oh, Wajahat, this guy too, was part of the UMich voter shit. I've seen this guy. He seems okay on video, but he's, I mean, they're just all left-lib slopulists. This is an 80-20 issue that United Dems and Republicans, Americans hate AI data centers. What was his actual answer?
Was the more progressive candidate. Can you name one issue where you disagree most with her? One of the biggest issues?
Do you think it's going to be something along the lines of like, we shouldn't have a full moratorium on it, but we should have some list of requirements that we have so that if people move into data centers, you know, in our state, that we have like a way to understand their impacts on the economy and blah, 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 and they shouldn't be allowed to do it until they've cleared it with blah, blah, blah. Do you think maybe? I don't know. That's just a guess, though. Maybe he actually is going to say, though, I want mass AI overlords to fuck every single Wisconsinite in the ass. Maybe. We'll see.
Well, one of the biggest issues that we did have a disagreement on was related to the data centers. She wanted to see a moratorium here in the state of Wisconsin. While I don't believe a moratorium would actually work because you can't place a moratorium on buildings that are currently here. And this is about how do we protect ourselves from the current infrastructure as it relates to our water, our air, and our land. And so we can do all those things while also not preempting communities that have done their due diligence to allow for different types of economic development investments.
You're calling for guardrails on data
crazy, huh?
centers. What do you say to supporters of Francesca Hong who want that moratorium? They feel like guardrails don't go far enough.
Well, the thing is that the moratorium doesn't focus on what we currently have here. It's only focusing on the possibility of data centers that will come in the future. And so for me, it's about how do we protect our land, our water, our most precious resources today. We shouldn't allow data centers to extract our resources. We should be looking at how do we extract as much as possible from these data centers. And so with these guardrails being in place by working with the state legislature and making sure that we protect our communities, that helps with those future data centers at the exact same time. And so it's about building those relationships, understanding the policy, and moving forward after that.
Well, President Trump...
What a dipshit, stupid. You should never have, like, policies, bro. More slogans. We need more slogans.
It's a different view. I want to play something he said recently and get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
I think any community that turns down AI is making a big mistake because your taxes are going to go way down. If you own a house, it's going to be more valuable. It's a tremendous thing. And I see it as almost like there's a campaign against, data centers. But data centers, if you look at the stats,
Jesus Christ. Caitlin Collins is a part of the controlled opposition. We aren't doing enough to destroy the careers of people like Caitlin Collins. Damn. They hate her. 76 comments. You're telling me that Caitlin Collins, the woman who wrote articles about Obama's daughter's skirt lengths for Tucker Carlson, is an op? Everybody's an op to these guys. True. 280 upvotes. I'm starting to think the controlled opposition is a lot more direct than I thought in the past. I almost feel like all these people, centrist, Third Way, MSM, Fox News, are all literally coordinating. The media serves the same masters. Our good friend Mike from PA got in on it. I don't think we have time for the Peace Code thing. I'm sorry. What is this? I'll watch this for a few minutes.
About the economy. I care about the fact that our healthcare premiums are 26% because we got rid of ACA subsidies. I care about the fact that our farmers are getting fucked right now because we have tariffs that are raising the cost of everything that we buy. I care about the fact that our energy bills are going up left and right. I care about the fact that people literally cannot afford childcare in America because it costs the amount of rent per kid to put your kid in childcare. That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck about Hassan Piker. I care about this country is completely unaffordable. Inflation's going up like crazy. That's what I care about. Our soldiers are eating fucking slop in the middle of the goddamn ocean. And you're talking about a fucking streamer? Give me a fucking break.
He's not just a streamer, bro. He's being ran on Fox News.
Dude, this part was my favorite because the chud his response is, he can't be just a streamer. He's on Fox News all the time. What do you mean, brother? Do you think I want to be on Fox News all the time?
Why do you keep giving them so much ammo then?
Like, you literally are admitting you fell for it. Chud brains, dude. Chud brains are incredible. It's ironic because I do want to be on Fox News. They just won't let me on there. They just want to talk big shit because they know I cook their asses. That's what's so funny about it, though, is like, in the mind of a hog, in the mind of a chud, they see something on television and go, well, this is a matter of utmost importance. They have no capacity to realize that they're actually eating propaganda. They have no capacity to realize that, like, this is being positioned in front of them, so they focus on that instead of, you know, how much their wallets are hurting. How much we have lost the war in in Iran. And I'm glad that there are a lot of, like, liberals. That's the issue. And that's what I've been trying to get liberals to get on board with. And I'm glad that there are a lot of, like, liberals, like Adam Mockler, this guy Isaiah Martin, Midas Touch, like a lot of liberals on the independent media side understand exactly what's...
Has Isaiah Martin lost to us? I don't know. I haven't seen... he seems pretty based in general. I don't know who he's even talking to here, though. If I was talking to a conservative, I would answer the exact same way. I'm never going to let a conservative lecture me about Hassan. Like, I'm worried about Hassan because I don't want my party to get taken over by crazy people like the conservatives already allowed their party to get taken over by. You think if I was having a debate against somebody who was like arguing for why the Democrats are bad and then the Republicans are good, and they're like, what about Hassan Piker? I don't get what about Stephen Miller? What do you mean? That's like what the fuck? It super depends on the conversation.
What's going on, because this is the critical moment. And they've basically been born into this, like, contentious, hostile, right-wing base boosted algorithmic media environment. So they recognize where things are headed. They're a lot younger too, and they're a lot more in touch with what the base wants. So you'll never hear from these guys a damn thing about Abdullah Sayed, like any negative opinions about Abdullah Sayed, any negative opinions about Zohran Mamdani, AOC. They like all of those people. They like that this is like breathing life into the party.
Okay.
Yo, peeps, Drew Bumna here. Incontinence in chief still mauling bout jokes made 15 years ago. Most of humanity is vain and insecure AF. Homosabi calls you obsessed because he knows he comes across ultra destiny obsessed. Each accusation is projected.
Thanks, Obama.
Is Candace just an evil person who sees an opportunity to monetize these crazy conspiracies?
I hate this voice. Whatever this voice is, I fucking hate it. She doesn't believe her shit. She knows she's lying.
And come! You put your dick in the cum and pull your balls down slowly. It creates a vacuum and sucks it all back in. It's like a syringe. Have you honestly never done that? I swear everyone knows about it. It's also really fun to do in the bath.
If you ever feel retarded donating money to a multi-millionaire gnome, just remember you will never drop $300,000 to publicly humiliate yourself as hard as Andrew Wilson did.
Stop this girl!
Hello, DGG. I saw Wowie in private. Wowie.
Okay.
You never gave your thoughts on Space Age. How do you compare it to space exploration? What is your favorite planet and why is it Fulgora?
Space Age is cool. I don't know.
I
Exploration
love
is
my
obviously a lot more
daughter. I
depth.
mean, I really love her, like, really love her. I also love the pained
I like
look on her
Volcanus.
face when she looked at her childhood bed during that house tour.
You did give your thoughts
Candace
on Space
Owens
Age.
is just another hysterical woman inventing Israel TP USA Erika conspiracy fanfic because evidence and hierarchy scare her. Pregnant or not, submit to reality. Better yet, focus on breeding.
Hey everyone, just wanted to take a moment to congratulate fellow Russian asset, Lauren Chen, on her Twitch partnership. Congrats, too bad Stephen Bologna said something mean 4 years ago. Maybe you should try accepting foreign money, retard?
I can't believe she's a Twitch partner. Jesus.
Mitchellite sword here, old chap. I've come to report that Hassan is in fact a shussy bucker. I also heard that. Hang on.
You have messed with me for the last time, you British. Fuck.
Hassan, do you loo black people?
I don't give a fuck what black people think. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock. Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why.
Fuck farmers. If you're a farmer, you're probably retarded.
Somebody really hates farmers in my audience. Yes, let us know every
Man
single
goes
day.
to a doctor, says he's banned on Twitch. Says he feels all alone while libs suck up to tankies. Doctor says treatment is simple. Go watch Destiny. Man bursts into tears, says... But doctor, that's a woman's name?
Okay. I love you guys. Have fun. I'll be back in 2 days. I'm gonna go debate somebody in Austin. Stay safe. Be careful. Ripino, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino. Cappuccino, am I doing this? I will catch you guys next. Streamerino. Nobody's live right now. Jeez. All right. Be careful.